Wait. Young Master Yunxiao, Lord Yunxiao. Please take your time. This time Guangzheng was truly afraid. His emotions fluctuated greatly and he started to panic. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a demonic light as he secretly circulated the power of the lunar pupil, multiplying the fear in the man's heart and gradually crumbling his confidence and dignity. Suddenly, a force pushed over like a wave with the help of the sea water. Humph, he's here. Yunxiao snorted coldly in his heart as he turned the sword of ice in his hand and cut the wave apart. The incantation gestures on the two arms behind him changed, and the pocket-sized dragon lock spell in the sky quickly turned into a ray of light and pressed down on the source of power. The sea water swirled like a whirlpool. Under the dragon-shaking hammer, a figure gradually appeared. Father! Guangzheng was pleasantly surprised, but he quickly became embarrassed. His father had seen his ugly expression of being afraid of death just now. His eyes were spewing fire, and he wanted to bite Yunxiao to death. He himself also felt strange. At worst, he would just die, so why was he so afraid? Could it be that his heart was weak? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt ashamed, angry, and remorseful. As for Yunxiao, when the dragon lock array flew away, he merged his sword with his body and stabbed at Guangxian. He did not use his full strength in this strike, but only half of it. Clang! Guangxian raised his hand. His 5 fingers turned into a dragon claw and caught the ice sword in his hand. Clang! Clang! The sword chi vibrated and cut his dragon claws, but it was only limited to superficial wounds. Guangxian's brows furrowed as he looked at the sword in shock. The sharpness of the sword greatly shocked him. So it's Lord Guangxian. Yunxiao was shocked. Guangxian was indeed not affected by the array, and it was just as he had guessed. However, his expression was one of shock, as if he had misunderstood. He kept his sword and said, "I almost injured you by mistake, my lord. I'm sorry." Humph! Guangxian snorted heavily and looked at him with a profound look, but he did not expose him. He raised his hand, and the dragon claw that had just been stabbed by the cold sword and frost immediately recovered. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he was secretly shocked. Guangxian actually benefited more from the dragon lock array. Then, there was only one answer, and that was that Guangxian also had that kind of magic art. It seemed that Guangxian had concealed a great deal of information from him. At the very least, he must have had deep contact with the dragon guards in the rain and learned the spell to use the dragon lock spell. Guangxian raised his head and looked at the pocket-sized formation in the sky. His eyes flashed with excitement and he said, "Not only did you bring back the dragon-shaking hammer, but you also learned the dragon lock spell. You really didn't let me down." He opened his hand and a boundless suction force appeared. In an instant, the dragon-shaking hammer was extracted from the array. The entire formation suddenly disappeared in a flash, and the hammer fell directly into his hand. "Fortunately, I did not fail my mission," Yunxiao said with narrowed eyes. "May I leave now?" Guangxian's entire attention was focused on admiring the dragon-shaking hammer. He could not help but laugh out loud in joy. The power of the dragon's breath spread out, causing everyone's qi and blood to surge. "Li Yunxiao, to be honest, I didn't have much confidence when I asked you to go in the beginning. Even if Bo Yuqing were to personally make a move, I don't think he can do it. I'm only letting you go to give it a try." Guangxian caressed the dragon-shaking hammer in his hand, fondling it admiringly. "But you've given me too much of a surprise. I still can't believe it's real. I'm very curious. How did you do it?" "It's luck," Yunxiao said embarrassedly. "It's just luck." Guangxian cast a few incantations into the dragon-shaking hammer to stimulate the dragon power inside, wiping away Yunxiao's mark, and then put it away with relief. Looking at his skillful technique, Yunxiao was even more certain that the relationship between the old fox and Yudi was not simple. Luck is always a humble saying for the strong. It seems that I have always underestimated you. Guangxian raised his head and looked at Yunxiao, giving him a bad feeling. Hee. I just want to know, can I leave now? There's one more mission. Where's the first dragon's blood? Didn't you make fun of me? Does that thing really exist? Yunxiao immediately played dumb. If he told him about Shilong, he would really be unable to leave this place. Oh! Guangxian's face revealed a look of suspicion. He stared at him and said, "How do you know that thing doesn't exist? Could it be that you came out after you took out the dragon-shaking hammer?" "Yes," Xianxia said. "Those dragon guards were all 9 stars martial sovereigns, and they were lucky enough to escape when I took the dragon-shaking hammer. Do you think I can still find the first dragon's blood that I didn't make up?" His words were reasonable, and Guangxian could not think of any way to obtain the blood of the first dragon. "Forget it. This mission has indeed put you in a difficult position. It's already beyond my expectations that you were able to obtain the dragon-shaking hammer. But the crisis in the Palace of Eastern Sea is not resolved yet." Guangxian waved his hand and said, "I hope that young Master Xianxia can stay for a few more days." Without waiting for Xiao's answer, he pointed out a finger, and countless green nets of light emerged, instantly covering Xiao. "Take young Master Xiao back to rest." The green light was so strong that Xiao struggled a few times, but he could not break free. "Lord Guangxian, I just want to ask you one question." "Ask." Guangxian raised his head. "My lord, do you still have any shame? Take him away." Guangxian waved his hand. "Father, let me do it," Guangxian hurriedly said. He ordered a group of guards to escort Xiao to the abyssal prison. Looking in the direction where Xiao had disappeared, Guangxian's indifferent expression was gone, replaced by a solemn one. "Father, this human is of no use to us anymore. Why don't we just kill him?" Guangzheng stepped forward and said. "Humph. No value?" Guangxian stared at him coldly and said, "For countless years, generations of our ancestors have tried to take out the dragon-quaking hammer from the rain, but none of them succeeded. However, it was done by an unknown human. You're saying that he has no value?" Guangxing's face turned red from Guangxian's burning gaze, and he quickly lowered his head. "Father, now that he has been taken out, what's the point of keeping him?" Guangxian's eyes flickered, and he said coldly, "Not to mention his secrets, I don't believe that he only took out the dragon-shaking hammer for what happened in the Rainland. Father, that Rainland is the resting place of the dragon tribe's powerful beings. Could there be some hidden story?" Guangzheng asked, stunned. Guangxian said indifferently, "This matter is only known to the dragon lords of the East Sea. If you want to know, you have to at least get my approval. However, your performance just now has truly disappointed me." Guangxian flicked his sleeves and left. His voice came from afar. 7 days later, we will do an inventory of the strong and follow me to apprehend the traitor, Guangyuan." Guangxing stood on the spot in shame and anger, his body trembling from the immense humiliation. His face showed a fierce struggle, and his heart seemed to be fighting. Finally, a fierce look flashed across his face. He stared in the direction of the Abyss prison, revealing a strong killing intent. Guangxuan escorted Xiao all the way into the abyssal dungeon. His face was pale and he looked completely absent-minded. After entering the abyss, he locked Xiao in the yin and yang dust formation. Guangxun ordered everyone to leave and stood alone outside the formation. Xiao stretched lazily and said, "Could it be that my lord thinks I'm too lonely and wants to chat with me?" Guangxun stared at him for a while before slowly opening his mouth. "Young Master Xiao, not only did my father underestimate you, I've also greatly underestimated you. Guangxun apologizes to young Master for his previous rudeness." As he spoke, he actually bowed. Xiao narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Lord Guangxun is so polite. This bow gives me a lot of pressure." Guangxun then stood up and said seriously, "Young Master Xiao is one of the most intelligent people in the world, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope that young Master Xiao can kill Guangzheng for me." Killing intent appeared in his eyes, and his body was instantly filled with killing intent. Xiao snorted lightly, as if he had guessed it. "As a prisoner, how can I help you kill? Moreover, you've seen it for yourself that I only managed to intimidate Guangzheng with the might of the dragon-shaking hammer. Do you think I can win against a 9 stars martial sovereign?" "Yes, I can," Guangxun said with absolute certainty, as if he was extremely confident. If it was before young Master Yunxiao returned from the Rainland, I would definitely not have such an illusion. But now, I am 100% sure that even without the dragon-shaking hammer, young Master can still kill Guangzheng. Although he didn't know where this belief came from, he just believed it. And I said earlier that justice will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. And I'm not exaggerating to scare you. If this person doesn't die, young Master and I will find it difficult to live in peace. All right, even if what you said is true, how can I kill him now? Humph, if I'm not wrong, that Guangzheng is a narrow-minded person and will definitely come looking for me. At that time, young Master only needs to shut the door and beat the dogs. Guangshun's eyes flashed coldly. As long as young Master kills Guangzheng, I will definitely think of a way to let young Master leave. Even if Imperial Father doesn't allow it, I will release her privately. Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "It's a good deal. To show my sincerity, you must be present when I kill Guangzheng." What? Guangshun was shocked and his expression became dark. Yunxiao was indeed not a simple man. If he had been present, he would not have been able to get away with it at all, which meant that he had a handle in the other party's hand, and he would be subject to his control. This condition made him a little hesitant. Yunxiao saw through his mind and sneered. The Crown Prince of Guangshuan should be a smart person. Is this matter very difficult to decide? Guangshun was taken aback, but he immediately understood what Yunxiao meant. Based on his actions of wanting to kill Guangzheng today, he would definitely not be able to escape Guangzheng's killing in the future. So, Sha Guangzheng was his only choice, and Yunxiao was his only hope. All right, after figuring out the key points, Guangshun was also a decisive person, directly gritting his teeth and agreeing. The competition for the title of Crown Prince was extremely brutal. Guangzheng was the first to break through to the level of a 9-stars martial sovereign, so he would definitely suppress the other crown princes. Guangshuan had just brazenly tried to kill him with Yunxiao's hands, so he would definitely be the first target to be eliminated. There was no way out now. Guangxin had even given up the idea of letting Yunxiao go, and he could only escape from this place on his own. Even if Guangshun didn't agree to let him go, he had great confidence that he could escape into the abyss of the sea. It was just that the risk was greater. The two of them worked together for their own benefits. "You'll lure Guangxing here," Yunxiao said. "Then we'll join forces to kill him. I don't need you to let me go. You just need to tell me the solution to the yin and yang dust formation." "All right." Guangshun gritted his teeth after a moment of hesitation. He pinched his finger and touched the space between his eyebrows. A ray of light shot out and spread out in the air. A white text flickered. It was the formation solution of the yin and yang dust formation. Yunxiao was overjoyed. His eyes flickered with a demonic light as he instantly imprinted the array formation into his mind. "I didn't expect Brother Guangshuan to be so straightforward. Hee. Aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly change my mind and run away?" Guangshun looked at him, his face expressionless. He said calmly, 3 days later, my father will gather all the 9-stars martial emperor powerhouses to capture and kill Guangyuan. Guangzheng will definitely be there. You humiliated him in front of everyone today. With his personality, he definitely won't be able to wait for you to come back and take revenge. So, he will definitely come to find you in these 3 days. Take your time to study the formation. I'll be guarding outside for the next 3 days. If there's any movement, I'll immediately inform you. After Guangshun finished speaking, his entire person slowly dimmed in the light beam and finally disappeared. The entire space turned dark, leaving only Yunxiao's watery eyes glimmering. Humph, Guangxian, if you insist on keeping me, I might have to cause trouble in the East Sea again. Yunxiao muttered to himself, then closed his eyes and began to study the array. Yunxiao's attitude had changed a lot since the trip to the rainy land. At least, he was no longer as eager for quick success as before. After seeing Shilong's true form and the spiritual sense on Yifan, he realized how big the world was and that even peak 9-star cultivators were like frogs in a well. The 10 great martial emperors and the 7 great sect masters were perhaps still too far away from the peak of the world. After seeing the height of the world, Yunxiao's warrior's mentality had become more stable, and he was more confident in the power of martial arts. There were two unexpected gains on this trip. One was that he had completed his promise to refine the body of the demonic dragon, and the other was that he had received news about Ningqiue. He felt like a big stone had been lifted off his heart, and he became much calmer. After throwing away all distracting thoughts, the entire space returned to a dead silence. 2 days later, in the darkness, a faint light shot in. It exploded not far away and only made a slight muffled sound. A few lines of text appeared in the air and flashed. Yunxiao read them one by one, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved his hands and countless seals flew out of his body and entered the void. The yin and yang dust formation was suddenly activated, and all kinds of lights emerged one after another, shining with the incantation seals in Yunxiao's hands and forming a vast light pattern, as if they were one and inseparable. After the time it took to boil a cup of tea, Yunxiao stopped the incantation gesture, and the entire array began to quiet down, gradually returning to darkness. A moment later, a beam of light fell from the sky, and two figures walked out. The person in the lead was Guangzheng. His expression was as cold as ice, and he walked out of the formation in a few steps. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he stared into the formation, trying to see through the endless darkness. "Bode, activate the formation." "Yes." The marine race expert behind him trembled and took a few steps forward, his face calm. Yunxiao looked over. He had never seen the strength of this expert of the sea race before, even when he was a 7-stars martial emperor. His method of breaking the formation was very stiff, but each step was steady. It seemed that he was not one of the guards here, but a formation-breaking expert that Guangzheng had found. As soon as the formation light appeared, Yunxiao's face appeared in front of Guangzheng. He lazily raised his eyes and gave him a contemptuous glance. Bang! Guangzheng was extremely furious. He was so furious that he clenched his fists, causing the air to explode. "Calm down," Yunxiao said. "You're already so impatient and emotional before the fight even starts. Although you have reached 9 stars, your heart of martial arts is still very low." Guangzheng's body trembled. Although Yunxiao's words made him feel humiliated again, his words were like pearls, and they were like blood. He quickly suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly calmed his emotions. The coldness on his face grew, and the killing intent became stronger. "I have to admire you. You are indeed a different human." "I also admire you," Yunxiao chuckled. "You still dare to come here to die." "Thanks for your reminder," Guangzheng replied coldly. "Your words can't anger me anymore. What's waiting for you is an unforgettable nightmare." "Oh, really? I'm looking forward to it." With a sneer on his lips, Yunxiao stared at the array. Countless knots were untied one by one, and the entire array was completely broken. Guangzheng was also watching the array with a cold look. The moment the array was broken, he took the lead and strode forward to block the passage, in case Yunxiao tried to escape. Yunxiao saw through his intention at once and said with a wry smile, "You're thinking too much, humph." Guangzheng snorted. "Without the dragon-shaking hammer, watch how I shatter your bones." The pressure of a 9 stars martial emperor gushed out of his body and suppressed the space, turning the area within a radius of 100 feet into an iron bucket. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Yunxiao immediately formed an incantation gesture with both hands and began to dance in the air. Countless formation talismans gushed out from his body, turning into tiny formation rings that flew into the surrounding heaven and earth. Suddenly, rays of light shot up from the void and the yin and yang dust formation condensed once again. It turned into a prison and trapped Guangzheng inside. What's going on?" Guangzheng's expression changed drastically. He was shocked to find that the formation's might had crushed his emperor's might and formed an even stronger barrier to trap him. "Bode!" he suddenly shouted and looked outside. Bode's body also trembled, and he revealed a look of horror, not understanding what was going on in front of him. He had clearly dispelled all the arrays, so why did they suddenly activate now? Moreover, they seemed to be under Yunxiao's control. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly made hand seals with both hands, wanting to dispel the formation again. Suddenly, a sharp ray of light shot over and instantly cut off his head, which rolled to the side. A headless body tilted down and was about to fall. Bang! Another beam of light shot into Boda's corpse, blasting him into smithereens without leaving a single hair behind. "You're a coward, Guangshuan." When Guangzheng saw who it was, he gritted his teeth and said, "So it was a trap you set. I will kill you today." Guangshun's expression changed. Then he laughed coldly. "Even if today's matter didn't happen, would you still not kill me?" Guangzheng's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Of all the princes, you are the one I worry the most about. If it wasn't for today's matter, I would have tried my best to keep you alive on account of our bloodline. I would have let you be the crown prince without any worries and enjoy all the glory. But today, you will die without a doubt. Big brother, is a 9 stars martial sovereign really that powerful?" Guangshun asked indifferently. "Did it make your confidence swell to this extent? Don't forget that you almost knelt down in front of young Master Yunxiao a few days ago. Impudent. This matter was his scar, and whoever touched it would die." Bang! 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 A series of explosions came from inside the array, and then a black light flashed out, splitting the array and slashing at Yunxiao. Although he was extremely angry, his heart was still calm. He knew that his number one enemy now was to kill Yunxiao, and as long as Yunxiao was killed, Guangxuan would die without a doubt. "Condense! Break!" Yunxiao cried out in a low voice as he performed a hand seal. A barrier immediately appeared on the array, blocking the black light. Bang! The black light was blocked and turned into countless black lights that scattered in the formation. Guangzheng's heart jolted, and he knew that this was bad. In particular, Yunxiao's watery eyes and calm demeanor gave him a bad feeling. "Guangxuan, you actually leaked out such a secret formation of the clan. You should be sentenced to death." Guangshun was taken aback as well. He had thought that Yunxiao would need at least 10 days to half a month to fully understand the array, no matter how talented he was. If his plan had succeeded during this time, he would have killed Guangzheng a long time ago. At that time, Guangxin would leave with many experts, and it would be up to him whether he wanted to kill Yunxiao or not. Most of the time, they thought of killing as many as they could. That way, they would have both sides. But now, it seemed that his plan had failed, and Yunxiao was completely out of his control. If Guangxin were to leave with all the 9 stars martial emperors of the East Ocean, who in the entire palace would be able to stop him? When he thought of this, his hands and feet turned cold. However, the enemy in front of him was still Guangzheng. He could not care so much anymore. His priority was to kill his elder brother. "Big brother, Li Yunxiao is a prisoner under my father's order, but you're ignoring the king's order to vent your personal anger. The criminal will be sentenced to death." Guangzheng's face was ashen as he raised his hand again. Only then did they see that he was holding a black battle blade. However, it was extremely difficult to distinguish in the dark night. Dragon power gradually gathered on the saber and finally reached an extreme point. It suddenly made a chi sound. Swish! Guangzheng's saber radiance slashed down instantly, splitting everything in its path. The yin and yang dust formation crumbled bit by bit, and a tiny crack was cut open by him as he tore it toward Yunxiao. "It's useless." Yunxiao sighed and stretched out his hand, which turned golden as he clenched the crack with his fingers and crushed it. After that, he transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. He made hand seals with both hands, and the formation changed again. It changed from an impregnable fortress to a turbulent wave. He made a grabbing motion in the air with one hand, and a rectangular wooden box appeared in his hand. The wooden box was simple and unremarkable. It was of the same color and didn't seem to be powerful at all. But in the next moment, the lid of the box suddenly opened, and tens of thousands of sword gleams shot out from within, illuminating the entire darkness with a blinding light. The 24 northern heaven cold star swords flew into the air and danced wildly. It continuously formed all kinds of sword stances, and the sharp chi traversed the sky. Even Guangxing and Guangxuan, who were inside and outside the formation, felt a chill and their expressions changed. Yunxiao's hand, which was holding the wooden sword box, trembled violently. Beams of silver light began to appear on the sword box, and an array diagram emerged, covering the entire box. His other hand quickly formed a seal with his fingertips, and he instantly hit the top of the sword case. Only then did the trembling arm gradually calm down. There seemed to be a force on the sword case that was guiding the 24 swords, slowly floating in the air. "Go!" Yunxiao murmured, then changed his hand seal and slapped it on the sword case. Suddenly, the 24 swords flew into the yin and yang dust formation and slashed towards Guangzheng. This sword case was indeed a strange item. Could nurture, hide, and control swords. In this way, when displaying the sword picture, one only needed a little bit of power to control the sword case, and one could take a small gamble and display 10,000 swords. Guangzheng's expression changed drastically. He was shocked to find that these 24 swords were all exuding a weapon essence that was not weaker than the black blade in his hand. They were all 9th-tier profound armaments. How is that possible? His mind instantly went blank. Even the Crown Prince of Eastern Sea had never seen so many 9th-tier profound armaments in his life. Moreover, there were so many 9th-tier profound armaments and they were all slashing towards him. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Guangzheng hurriedly executed his saber skill and slashed at the incoming profound swords. Bang! 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 All kinds of saber chi and sword light bloomed in the yin and yang dust formation, and Guangzheng turned into countless figures, which were overwhelmed. At the same time, Yunxiao's hands formed a seal in front of him, controlling the yin and yang dust formation and imprisoning his movements. Guangzheng was affected by the formation, and every slash he made required several times more power. As for the sword diagram formed by the 24 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords, Yunxiao was becoming more and more familiar with it. Streaks of sword chi descended from the formation diagram and gradually gained the upper hand, causing Guangzheng's body to bleed. Guangshun was dumbfounded as he watched from outside the formation. The vast scene was completely beyond his expectations. Although he believed that Yunxiao had a way to kill Guangzheng, he did not expect it to be like this. With 2 great arrays, he had directly suppressed Guangzheng, leaving him with no way to fight back. Streams of dragon blood spurted out. Guangzheng's expression turned cold and he began to feel anxious. If this continued, he would be at a greater disadvantage and would definitely die. Die! He suddenly shouted, and streams of blood from his arm flowed towards the black blade. Black flames surged out of the blade, dancing continuously, and a terrifying power spread out. As the black saber light jumped, the sword chi in the surroundings froze. Swish! Guangzheng's eyes widened. With a loud roar, he slashed down from the sky, gathering all his energy into his saber. Bang! 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 The Northern Heaven's cold star swords in the surroundings were jolted into a mess. They kept ringing and swaying, as if they could not hold on any longer. Bang! Then, a soft sound came from the sword picture and it collapsed. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Withdraw!" The sword case was raised, and the 24 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords flew out of the yin and yang dust formation and were all kept in the case. The silver light on the box faded away and returned to normal. It flashed in Yunxiao's palm and then disappeared. Now that Guangzheng had broken the sword picture, the power of his blade did not decrease. He continued to blast away the power of the surrounding formation. He and his blade were one as they shot out. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as a cold sword appeared in his hand. He then used a sword technique to meet it. Bang! The aftershocks of the sword chi and saber radiance spread out in all directions. The black saber directly blocked the ice sword and was unable to slash in any further. Guangzheng's eyes widened in shock. He had gathered all his power in this one stroke. Although it was invincible, the heavenly sword picture and the yin and yang dust formation had absorbed too much of his power, leaving only 20 to 30% of it. However, this was not something that a mere 5-star martial emperor could block. A hint of mockery flashed across Yunxiao's face as he spread out his arms. One of them held the 1,000-year saber, and the corpse puppet could be vaguely seen in it, emitting a threatening aura. The other one was holding a huge hammer. The ancient Maha character jumped out, and countless lightning bolts flashed under it. A blade and a hammer. They smashed towards Guangzheng's body. Guangzheng was shocked. He forcefully pushed away the frost from the cold sword and was about to retreat. With a sneer, Yunxiao transformed into a thunderbolt and took a step forward, approaching the man directly. Then, two profound level weapons suddenly fell from the sky. Guangzheng was scared out of his wits and quickly raised his black blade to defend himself. But it was too late. The lightning struck him directly and the hammer hit his chest. A muffled sound was heard and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body turned green and he was sent flying. Then, the giant corpse puppet flew up and slashed into the lightning. A huge saber-shaped sword appeared in the air behind the corpse puppet, pressed down on Guangzheng and made him scream in pain. Then, it crashed into the yin and yang dust formation again. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao took back the 1,000-year tyrannical saber. Then, he performed an incantation gesture with both hands and activated an array, locking Guangzheng in the air like a hanging pig. Li Yunxiao, please let me go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Guangzheng's internal organs were all crushed as he coughed out blood and begged for mercy. Guangshun was both surprised and delighted. Young Master Yunxiao, he shouted. You must not be soft-hearted. Kill him. Young Master Yunxiao, Guangzheng said fearfully. I'm willing to be your slave if you spare my life. A servant of a 9-stars martial emperor, and the crown prince of East Ocean at that. It'll be very impressive if we bring him out. In order to survive, he didn't care about anything else. After becoming a 9-stars martial emperor, he would have a bright future ahead of him. He did not want to die just like that. The older one was, the more timid one was, and the more afraid one was of death. Big brother, do you still have any dignity as a dragon? Guangshun said in shock and anger. He was very nervous, afraid that Yunxiao would agree to such a tempting offer. Yunxiao was indeed a little tempted. After all, his strength was limited at the moment, and it would be impossible for him to defeat a 9-stars martial emperor without the yin and yang dust formation. Having another fighter like this would certainly be of great help. However, he sneered and said in disdain, I don't even like people who don't even have the heart of martial arts, even if they become slaves. Guangshun was overjoyed and said excitedly, Yes, young Master Yunxiao, you're wise. Please kill this spineless thing. I think killing him will dirty my hands. Yunxiao said indifferently. Why don't you do it, brother Guangxuan? With a point of his hand seals, the power of the formation confined Guangzheng and pushed him in front of Guangshun. I'll do it. Guangshun jumped in shock and retreated. Third brother, please spare me, Guangzheng begged desperately. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have harbored any hostility towards you. As for the throne, I won't lay a finger on it. I'll definitely do my best to help third brother ascend to the top. Guangshun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he instantly charged forward. His fist turned into a fist ray as it ferociously struck Guangzheng's heart. Bang! Guangzheng cried out in pain as a large hole appeared on his chest. He looked at his younger brother in a daze. The light in his eyes grew weaker and weaker, while the hatred and unwillingness grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he died with extreme resentment. Guangshun retracted his fist and said coldly, If you die, it means that you've done your best to help me reach the top. He threw another punch, and Guangzheng's body was crushed into pieces. TSK, amazing, amazing. Brother Guangxuan, you are an 8-stars martial emperor, Yunxiao praised. You blew up the crown prince with one punch. Amazing, amazing. Guangshun's face flushed, and he automatically filtered out Yunxiao's sarcasm. Thank you, young Master Yunxiao, for eliminating this man for me. If I become king one day, you will be a friend of Donghai forever. Brother Guangxuan, you're mistaken, Yunxiao said. You killed them yourself. What does it have to do with me? Guangshun's face twitched. He knew that the other was trying to get away from this and pull him into his camp. If Guangxin found out about today's matter, he would probably have no place to hide in the entire Eastern Sea. Based on this matter alone, not only did he have to think of ways to save the other party's life, but he also had to be controlled by the other party. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. However, since things had already come to this, there was no point in thinking about it. Besides, the biggest obstacle had been removed. If he had the chance to choose again, he would still be willing to walk into Yunxiao's trap. Guangxing disobeyed the king's orders and wanted to harm young Master Yunxiao. He deserved to die. Guangxun's furrowed brows relaxed and he revealed a knowing smile. My royal father will set out to capture Guangyun tomorrow. I wonder when young Master Yunxiao will leave? Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then asked, Is water deity still in the palace? Guangxun was taken aback. Princess Shuixian has been in the palace the entire time. She has been accompanied by my mother all day. She is very happy. He thought for a while and added, Princess Water Fairy has a deep friendship with young Master Yunxiao. I'm afraid she won't leave until she sees young Master Yunxiao leave. Yunxiao nodded slightly and said, Since that's the case, I'll leave after Guangxin leaves. Guangxing's disappearance will probably cause quite a commotion. Guangxun laughed lightly. Although this is a big matter, I have a way to hide it from the world. There's something I don't know if I should ask, he said, his eyes flashing. If that's the case, Yunxiao chuckled. Then don't ask. Guangxun was stunned for a moment before smiling wryly. Young Master Yunxiao's way of speaking is indeed different from ordinary people, but I'm really uncomfortable with this matter. I wonder what young Master Yunxiao thinks of Princess Water Fairy. Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, What are your thoughts? What do you mean by that? Young Master Yunxiao, you're one of the few intelligent people in the world. How could you not understand what I mean? With all due respect, although young Master Yunxiao is a dragon among men and a rare genius expert, you are from different races after all. Furthermore, Princess Water Fairy's identity is extremely special. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the two of you to end up together. Yunxiao's face darkened. How long have I known her? He asked. How long have I known her? Brother Guangxuan's imagination is very rich. Oh? Did I see it wrong? Guangxun frowned and shook his head. I won't. I don't know what you mean, young Master Yunxiao, but Princess Water Fairy is already in love and is in love with young Master Yunxiao. I can't be wrong about this. Are you kidding me? Yunxiao said with a dark face. Guangxun revealed a strange smile. Young Master Yunxiao, just take it that I'm joking, and it better be a joke. Otherwise, with Princess Water Fairy's identity, I'm afraid young Master Yunxiao will be in big trouble. Yunxiao nodded and said, You're overthinking it. I have a deal with the water deity, but after it's done, we won't have any more contact. That's good, Guangxun said. Brother Guangxuan, Yunxiao glanced at him and said, Don't you care too much about me? Haha. Why ask the obvious, young Master Yunxiao? Guangxun laughed. Not to mention Princess Water Fairy's noble spirit and beauty. Just her status alone is something that young Master Yunxiao should know. Yunxiao frowned, and an inexplicable sense of annoyance welled up in his heart. He snorted and said, I don't understand. Haha. Young Master Yunxiao is extremely smart, but he likes to play dumb. Guangxun's eyes flashed with excitement. If I can get the Water Fairy, the position of the Lord of the East Sea will be mine. Relying on women to get to the top? Yunxiao said coldly. Brother Guangxuan's thinking is indeed extraordinary. Guangxun's face turned red and he said in embarrassment, Princess Water Fairy is not an ordinary woman. Yunxiao snorted, his face a little cold as he said, Brother Guangxuan, go settle your funeral matters. I will be in seclusion for a while. I will leave after Guangxin leaves tomorrow. After giving the order to leave, he returned to the array and closed his eyes to cultivate. Now that the yin and yang dust formation was completely under his control, this place was the safest place. Guangxun was stunned for a moment before turning into a beam of light and leaving the place. After he left the abyss, his face turned gloomy and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Although he had gotten rid of Guangjing, the biggest threat, he had now fallen into Yunxiao's hands. Unless he could reach the top one day, he would always be a hidden danger. But the strength Yunxiao had shown just now had easily killed a 9-stars martial emperor. After Guangxin left tomorrow, who in the entire palace would be able to stop him? The more Guangxun thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He looked around and suddenly stopped at the north. At the end of his vision was a meticulously designed and exquisitely made garden. It emitted all kinds of colors, and even the seawater here became somewhat warm. Guangxun's eyes flashed with joy as he hurriedly turned into a beam of light and fled towards the north. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a large garden appeared in front of him. There were gemstones of various colors, corals, and beautiful shells inside, and there were also fish swimming in it. It was like a fairyland. A jade belt made of blue moonstone spread out under his feet, directly extending to an exquisite pavilion with clouds and fog. There were faint silhouettes of people in the attic. Many beautiful figures appeared among them, and there was also the laughter of women. Guangxun stood respectfully at the entrance of the garden and didn't dare to enter. Instead, he sent a message into a jade pendant and sent it out. The jade pendant flickered in the sky above the garden and then disappeared. Guangxun placed his hands in front of him and waited respectfully, not daring to make any noise. After a while, the laughter in the cloud pavilion disappeared, and it seemed to have suddenly become quiet. Following that, the space in front of Guangxun suddenly began to shake, rippling away like water. "Thank you, Lord Ling Xian." Guangxun was overjoyed and hurriedly said. He stepped onto the moonstone pavement and quickly entered the cloud pavilion. A faint fragrance wafted out, which was clearly where a woman lived. Guangxun carefully walked up the stairs, only to see a huge jade screen in front of him. He could not see what was inside. Guangxun greets Lord Ling Xian. Although there was no one on the screen, Guangxun still bowed respectfully, showing his sincerity. A faint female voice was heard. It was extremely cold and only said 2 words. "What is it?" Guangxun did not dare to breathe too loudly. "This matter concerns Her Highness the Water Fairy, otherwise I would not dare to disturb Lord Ling Xian." About me? What's the matter?" The water deity's voice came from behind the screen. She was extremely surprised. Guangxun jumped in shock and thought to himself that it was a close call. The princess was indeed here. It was a good thing he didn't state his intentions or he would really be done for. He broke out in a cold sweat and said awkwardly, "The princess has been in Donghai for many days, and we have not taken good care of her. Guangxuan feels guilty. So we have come to ask for Lord Ling Xian's forgiveness." "Humph," the water deity said coldly. "This is so boring. When are you going to release Li Yunxiao?" "Everything will be decided by father," Guangxun replied. The water deity's voice rang out again, pleading, "Aunt, hurry up and ask Guangxin to release her." The cold female voice from before sounded again, but in a different tone. She said gently, "Guangxin has his own reasons for imprisoning Yunxiao. He's the lord of the Eastern Sea, so I can't interfere with his matters. Wait here. I have something to discuss with Guangxuan," Ling Xian said. Following that, light flickered on the screen and Guangxun felt space change before he appeared in a large hall. A beautiful woman in palace attire sat on the throne. She was dressed in red makeup and her face was as white as a ginkgo leaf. Her eyes were filled with waves and she looked dignified and cold. Guangxun hurriedly bowed. Ling Xian was expressionless and said indifferently, "Tell me, what's the matter? If it's really that boring, then you don't have to leave forever." Guangxun's body shook and he hurried forward. "Lord Ling Xian, it's about Li Yunxiao." Ling Xian's brows furrowed as she listened carefully. "What? How dare that Li Yunxiao have such an idea?" Anger appeared on Ling Xian's calm face as she said sternly, "Is what you said true?" "Of course," Guangxun replied. "Can't Lord Ling Xian tell? Princess Shuexian's attitude toward Li Yunxiao is so disdainful that I'm really worried." Ling Xin's face darkened. Narcissus are kind and simple by nature. They are easily deceived by people's flowery words. It seems that Li Yunxiao is indeed not a good person. Guang Shun had a worried look and said, but I can see that Princess Water Fairy is already in love. If we let her be, I'm afraid it will lead to a disaster. Ling Exine sneered and said, was Yunxiao really hoping to marry a water deity? It's important to have self-awareness. Guang Shun said, that may be the case, but Princess Water Deity is too innocent. The longer this matter is dragged on, the greater the harm to Her Highness will be, even if Yunxiao is killed. Ling Exine's eyes flashed with coldness. You mean Yingluo? Guang Shun hurriedly knelt down and said in a panic, I don't mean anything. I'm just worried about the future. I feel that it's not worth it for Princess Water Fairy. That's why I've come to inform Lord Ling Exine. Is it really appropriate for you to put on such an act in front of me? Ling Exine sneered. Guang Shun's heart jumped. A chill ran down his spine and he felt his entire body turn cold. Among the many crown princes, your talent and strength are the best. But in terms of scheming and planning, the other crown princes are not as good as you. But you're using this little trick on me. Are you really not afraid of death? Lord Ling Exine, please forgive me. Guangshuan is wrong. Guang Shun was scared out of his wits and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Although Guang Shun has his own motives, what he said does exist. This is really for the good of Princess Water Fairy. Ling Exine said coldly. If it wasn't for the water deity, and your information was indeed valuable, you would already be a dead loach. Tell me, what should I do? Guang Shun's entire body went cold. Only now did he understand the terror of this princess in front of him. He trembled and said, how can I order Sir around? Ling Exine said, who told you to order me around? Tell me your thoughts and I'll take them into consideration. Since you've come to me, you must want to use me to get rid of Li Yunxiao. I don't believe you don't have a plan or an idea. Guang Shun did not dare to play any more tricks, and hurriedly told him everything he knew. Of course, Guang Zheng's death was not to be discussed. I know. Guangxin will leave with his army tomorrow. I will take action tomorrow. You may leave. Ling Xin regained her previous calm expression and waved her hand to send the guest off. The scene in front of Guang Shun changed, and he was already pushed out of the garden. His face turned gloomy and fear flickered in the depths of his eyes. Back in the cloud pavilion, it was as if his soul had been seen through by the other party. Is that the eye of truth that has been passed down for generations in the Poseidon family? Guangshuan was still in a state of shock. Fortunately, Lord Ling Exine never asked about the matters of the East Sea. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. His palms were full of sweat, and he immediately turned into a ray of light and left. In the Divine Realm tablet, there was a place with extremely abundant spiritual qi. With a flash of light, Yunxiao materialized and looked down at the guests who were cultivating quietly. The guest frowned, as if his cultivation had been interrupted. He was extremely unhappy and said coldly, "What's the matter, Brother Binchen?" Yunxiao chuckled. "I've encountered some doubts in my cultivation, so I'm here to ask you for advice." "Oh? Tell me about it." 8 gates of the physical body. How do I open the 3rd gate? Get lost. This is a top-secret technique. How can it be so easily taught to outsiders? The guest's face darkened. "Don't be so stingy," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You've already opened the 5th stop gate and the 3rd kasaya." "No way." The guest instinctively refused. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate, ignoring Yunxiao. "All right," Yunxiao sighed. "I didn't expect Brother Binchen to be so unreasonable. Then I'll just keep it to myself." He waved his hand, and the surrounding natural energy suddenly disappeared without a trace. The cultivation sanctuary, which was originally overflowing with spiritual energy, suddenly became barren. Not a single spiritual energy foam could be smelled in the air. "Ah, you." The guest was dumbfounded and said angrily, You're too much." "What?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Why do you say that, Brother Binchen? I've worked hard to collect this spiritual qi, so why should I give it to you for free? This buy-in..." The guest couldn't answer immediately. He had been in the East Sea for a long time, especially on Xiankong Island, where the spiritual qi was more abundant than that in the Divine Realm tablet. However, he had never thought of charging a fee for free. He thought it was only natural. Now that Yunxiao had put it this way, it seemed to make some sense. He was completely dumbfounded. If there was no spiritual energy, how could he cultivate? Yunxiao looked at him with a smile. I'm gonna cultivate now. See you. The guest swallowed his saliva and immediately understood his situation. Wait. If there was no one to guide you with your trashy talent, you would never be able to break through the third gate even if you fumbled for your entire life. Sit down. I'll tell you the details. Soon, Yunxiao had mastered the technique and returned to his body. The 24 moonlit bridges appeared behind him, and the dark space within 3,000 meters was lit up. 10,000 rays of golden light shot out from his body, making him look solemn. A point of light appeared in front of each of his eyebrows. It was abnormally bright, and an extremely powerful force swirled out from it, rushing toward the 100 extraordinary meridians in his body. As time passed, a third shadow gradually emerged in front of Yunxiao's chest. It was blurry, and at a closer look, it looked like a very thin vortex. The guests in the divine boundary steel suddenly sensed something. Their bodies trembled, and they revealed extremely shocked expressions. He actually succeeded. With his 5-star martial emperor power, he actually opened the third gate. One must know that he had only opened the 5th gate when he stepped into the 9-star realm. A loud, muffled sound exploded inside Yunxiao's body. The tiny vortex in front of his chest suddenly became extremely dark, like an ocean absorbing hundreds of rivers. Suddenly, the sound of countless bones cracking rang out from inside Yunxiao's body, and they kept exploding. A vast power spread out from his body and rushed into the endless night. Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes. The power of the lunar pupil emerged as he stared into the dark night and cried out, "Come out!" The power of the sound waves carried an extremely strong dragon breath, rippling out. A few figures trembled in the dark, revealing their tracks. "Eh?" A woman's surprised voice could be heard. A beam of light slowly appeared in the darkness, and Ling Xian's figure emerged, staring at Yunxiao. A strange power gushed out of his eyes, and a faint golden color seemed to be embedded around his pupils. The Bo family's bloodline. Yunxiao's body trembled as he cried out in surprise. The Eye of Truth. Ling Xian's pupils contracted and her face turned frosty. She said coldly, "You actually recognize the Eye of Truth. It seems that you've had your eyes on the water fairy." Yunxiao sensed the strong hostility from the other party, so he said, "Who are you?" "I'm the water deity's aunt. You can call me Ling Xin." "Spiritual core? I think I have some impression of it." "Oh? Did water deity tell you?" "Hee. It seems like you guys are having a good time. Did she tell you everything?" The smile on Ling Xian's face grew wider, but the killing intent in her eyes grew colder. Yunxiao immediately understood what was going on from the man's words, and he could not help but look suspicious. After all, Guangshan had just mentioned this to him, and now a murderous expert had come. He didn't believe that Guangshan wasn't involved. But Yunxiao was very disgusted by the other party's question with a smile as sharp as a knife. His unruly temper flared up at once as he said coldly, "We did have a good time chatting, and we're still very happy now." "Oh? As your aunt, I'm very interested to know what you guys were talking about." "Hee. What else can we talk about when we're all alone?" "Haha, aunt, you know." The entire underground abyss prison suddenly became silent. The smile on Ling Xian's face was still there, but it was extremely stiff, and the killing intent in her eyes became more and more intense. Yunxiao was not afraid at all, and he also stared at the other man coldly. He didn't need to explain anything, and there was no need to explain anything. He had never been afraid of trouble or provocation. Tsk. I'm really disappointed. How could the person that the water deity, that stupid girl, likes be as stupid as her? Ling Xian's face revealed a mocking expression. Do you think that you can rely on the yin and yang dust formation to save your life? Even if a woman was stupid, she could be protected by a man. If a man is stupid, He'll lose his life. Oh? May I ask if you've brought the man who will save your life? Yunxiao replied coldly, neither fast nor slow. Ling Xian's face instantly turned extremely cold. The mouth of this person in front of her was too cheap. There was no one in the world who would be looking for a beating like this. Originally, she wanted to observe this human by herself. But now it seemed that there was no need. Go! She spat out a single word, spitting out her boundless anger. The 4 black shadows behind him all shouted softly. They all had female voices and rushed forward with their swords. The 4 of them were all 7 stars martial sovereigns, and they would be powerful experts on the heavenly martial continent. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and gently waved it out. The array in front of him was immediately activated, and the light of the yin and yang dust emanated, blocking the 4 women. Ling Xian sneered and said, "Showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. You probably don't know the origin of the yin and yang dust formation. Do you?" A golden light flashed in her eyes, and a strange force spread out. Yunxiao's body trembled as he looked over in surprise. The array formation he had driven had actually dissipated under the power of the spirit core's eye. The 4 maidservants raised their swords again and stabbed at his vital parts. Yunxiao was very depressed. He had thought that this array was enough to fight against most 9 stars martial sovereigns, but it was easily disintegrated by the other party. It seemed that this array had a lot to do with the man in front of him. Since the advantage was gone, there was no point in staying in the abyss. Yunxiao immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and dodged the 4 women's sword moves, then rushed toward Ling Xian. "Humph! Now you want to escape? Useless man!" Ling Xian sneered and raised her jade-like hand. Her 2 fingers gently pinched together, forming an ice flower and suddenly flicking out. Whoosh! The ice flower turned into a sharp weapon and pierced through the air. A boundless chill suddenly rose. Although Yunxiao had turned into a bolt of lightning, his heart still sank as he felt the bone-chilling cold and danger. The Calabash King Kong appeared between his brows and threw a punch. The ice fiend heart flame flickered on the fist wind and met the ice flower. Pa! The 2 types of cold air collided with each other, creating a gust of cold wind that spread out in all directions. The Calabash Little King Kong's fist was hit by the other party's cold air, and it was directly frozen, becoming extremely stiff. Yunxiao took the opportunity to dodge, and his body slowly disappeared into the dark. What? Ling Xian was shocked, as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. She could not understand why the Calabash King Kong had blocked her finger and why Yunxiao had disappeared right in front of her. However, the world was so big, and there were so many magical powers that she could not see all of them. It was normal for the other party to have some skills. Humph! Since you know about the Eye of Truth, what's the point of entering the void? Ling Xian sneered. Her eyes flickered with a golden light as she stared into the void. He immediately caught a rhombus-shaped profound weapon moving at high speed, about to break through the air. She was shocked. She didn't know what kind of profound-level weapon it was, but it could actually leave without a sound. She didn't have time to think about it. A golden light appeared on her body, and a golden short sword appeared in her hand. She directly stabbed it into the void. Swish! The entire void was torn apart. Yunxiao was leaving the abyss with the space-breaking shuttle, turning into a beam of light and shooting up into the sky. Ling Xian was shocked and furious. If the other party escaped from under her eyes, that would be the biggest joke. She immediately held her sword and was about to fly over, but the Calabash Little King Kong roared again and pounced on her, directly blocking in front of her, and the wind from his fist came down. Ling Xian's eyes turned cold. The golden sword in her hand shot out a golden light, and then she stepped forward. After the golden light cut open the dark night, it also shattered the Calabash Little King Kong's fist radiance and directly slashed at its body. Clang! After the sound of metal exploding, there was the sound of friction that made one's teeth ache. The gored Little King Kong was shaken and retreated. Ling Xian's beautiful eyes widened as if she couldn't believe that the puppet in front of her had only suffered a shallow wound after being struck by her sword. Yunxiao took the opportunity to slowly disappear into the dark night. The gored little King Kong also gradually faded and then disappeared. Ling Xian's eyes were cold as golden light shot out. In the dark night, it was like a blazing sun, shining continuously. Even if you can travel through the void, I can still see your traces. Her expression remained the same as she transformed into a beam of light, and the 4 maidservants hurriedly gathered around her. The light beams shot into the sky, leaving the abyss. The next moment, the spiritual core appeared at the bottom of the East China Sea, not far from the palace. The golden sword in her hand slashed at a certain spot in the void. The sword chi shuttled through and immediately blasted open the endless sea. A beam of light shot out from the sword aura, and a figure emerged. It was Yunxiao. As soon as he landed, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled without a word. Suddenly, a powerful energy broke through the ocean and came toward Yunxiao, suppressing his thunderbolt. Then, the surrounding seawater surged, and human figures appeared one after another. In an instant, dozens of people surrounded him. The owner of the palm shadow also gradually appeared and said coldly, "I'm the mayor of the abyssal jail Wuji." Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, "Guangshuan sent you here." Fearless placed his hands behind his back and said coldly, "You escaped from the prison on your own. It's my duty to capture you. What does it have to do with His Highness Guangshuan? If you obediently surrender, I can guarantee your cultivation and spare your life," Ling Xian said. Yunxiao glanced around and suddenly laughed. Fearless' face turned dark as he snorted, "Is it funny? Do you know why I fled?" Yunxiao asked. Fearless replied coldly, "You're just an ant, so you naturally have the instinct to escape." "No, no, no." Yunxiao shook his head and corrected him. "It's because I don't want to fight with the Bo family. Secondly, I don't want Guangxian to hunt me down from all over the world." "What do you mean?" Ling Xian's eyes were filled with doubt. Yunxiao's face gradually turned cold. "If I turn this place upside down, do you think he will kill me all over the world?" Fearless laughed. "You call escaping from the abyss a world shaking, or do you call it turning the world upside down when you struggle for a few moments?" Yunxiao ignored him, but looked straight at Ling Xian and said indifferently, "I'll leave now and pretend nothing happened, or force me to do it, and you will be responsible for the consequences." Ling Xian was taken aback. Although Yunxiao was only a 5-stars martial emperor, his indifferent eyes somehow gave her a bad feeling. Fearless couldn't help but mock, "You're not only talkative, you're also very boastful." A light flashed in his hand, and an iron hook appeared. Then, he pulled it up into the air, and a huge hook shadow emerged and swooped down toward Yunxiao. His actions were extremely arrogant and conceited. The entire ocean looked strange under the shadow of the hook. A gloomy and terrifying aura spread out like hell. "You think I'm talking big because you're weak." Yunxiao's face was cold as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. Tens of thousands of golden lights flashed around his body, transforming into the true body of the Dharma with 3 heads and 6 arms. Soon after, a black shadow was pulled apart and slowly stood up from the depths of the sea. It was the true devil giant spirit that soared into the sky. The surrounding people were all shocked and retreated one after another, becoming extremely vigilant. Ling Xian's face was also filled with shock. Even with her knowledge, she had never heard of such a magical power. Holding the sword in one hand, Yunxiao performed a sword incantation. The 2 arms beside him formed an incantation gesture, and the giant true devil slowly raised its hands. The shadow of a battle saber appeared in its hands, floating and sinking. Sword technique star destruction. A large number of Maha-ancient characters flickered on the ice sword, and countless sword rules condensed. The strongest sword intent soared into the sky and slashed at the hook shadow. At the same time, he changed the incantation gesture with his hands, and the giant true devil raised its saber. Under the illusionary saber shadow, a mass of pitch-black darkness, which was indistinguishable, immediately appeared and slashed down from the sky, coordinating with Yunxiao's unparalleled sword will. Boom! Under the saber and sword, The giant iron hook light shadow collapsed at the bottom of the sea, turning into boundless energy that scattered in all directions. Under the impact of this force, the guards who were surrounding them let out a lot of screams and were washed away by the sea. Fearless' eyes widened in disbelief. Are these guards here to be jokers? Xianxia said coldly. A light flashed between his brows and a huge ball of fire shot out. A large number of black particles turned into a wind-fire crocodile in the air and bit towards Fearless. The members of the sea race were most afraid of fire, not to mention the god-level flames on the crocodile's body. The sea water was instantly evaporated, causing the remaining guards to retreat in fear. Following that, the Divine Realm tablet also flew out and transformed into a majestic monument. It slowly descended and suppressed everything. The light on the steel was boundless, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Fearless was shocked as he hurriedly formed a few seals with the hook in his hand and slashed towards the sky. Walala! The giant crocodile shattered into countless black particles under this slash, and its shocking aura disintegrated instantly. Who? Fearless heaved a sigh of relief. A 5-star martial emperor was indeed a 5-star martial emperor. No matter how impressive he was, he would not be able to cross the huge gap between the realms. The countless black particles scattered and floated in the surrounding sea water, all of them standing still. Fearless' heart skipped a beat. Each of those black particles contained a huge amount of power. Looking closely, the surface of the particles even had thin flames coming out of them. Under the force of the wind, they started to rotate and evaporate the surrounding seawater, causing countless tiny bubbles to rise up. The power of each black particle was not strong, but the surrounding thousands of black particles spread out in a circle of hundreds of meters, firmly surrounding him. In the ocean, it was common for low-level sea tribes to attack cities cruelly, similar to the existence of the Star Destruction tribe. Fearless understood how powerful the ant-like method was. In an instant, all the hair on his body stood up and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Moreover, there was still the majestic monument in the sky, which made him extremely vigilant. He no longer dared to underestimate it. Xianxia was also greatly shocked. Looking at the water that had been steamed dry and the countless bubbles that had appeared, she revealed a trace of realization and shock. So this divine flame is a level 10 flame. 10th ranked? I guess so. Xianxia did not know the level of the flame. After all, the continent was divided into 9 levels, and he had no idea what level it was. Fearless was even more shocked as he stared at the black particles and revealed a look of fear. Xianxia nodded and said, "The water deity told me that you have a divine fire. I was skeptical at first. Now I believe it a little. Put away your abilities and come with me." "Leave? Where to?" Xianxia asked. "The forest of the sea," Xianxia said. "The thing that the water deity talked to you about. As long as you do well and swear to never step into the sea again, I'll let you go back to the heavenly martial continent." "My dear aunt," Xianxia sneered. "Have you been in your spring boudoir for too long? Is that why you're so out of your mind? This young master can go anywhere in this world if I want to. And who can stop me?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment before she said indifferently, "I thought you were a lecher who used your looks to deceive girls. Now, it seems that you have some manliness. However, the world is so big that you are a frog at the bottom of a well." "Is that so?" Xianxia snorted coldly and made a hand seal. A huge force gushed out of the Divine Realm tablet and it fell towards Fearless. The boundless chi force was compressed and exploded, blasting in all directions. Countless black particles also swarmed up, turning into a fierce vortex that pressed toward the center. Above the whirlpool, the illusion of a giant crocodile was faintly discernible, as if it was about to open its mouth and swallow the person inside. Fearless broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly released his Emperor Chi to form a protective barrier. The iron hook in his hand was unsealed and turned into a strange beast shadow that attacked the Divine Realm tablet. Boom, boom, boom. A huge, muffled sound came from the vortex. Everyone could only feel the vibration of the ground and the sea. The power of wind and fire spun and cut the protective enchantment like a sharp blade, making countless subtle bang-bang sounds. The pressure of the Divine Realm tablet continued to devour the shadow of the Iron Hook beast and slowly fell. Fearless' heart was filled with shock. That vast power was so strong that he couldn't even breathe. If he allowed the monument to fall, he would probably be in deep trouble. Xianxia was also extremely shocked. Her eyes of truth couldn't see through the power of the world and couldn't recognize the power of the Divine Realm tablet at all. Moreover, Wuxia was a peak 8-star martial emperor expert. Yet, he was completely suppressed by this man in front of him. He was at a disadvantage and was even in danger of losing his life. Xianxia suddenly took action and smiled as she held the flower in her hand. A world in a flower. A smile in the mortal world. A ray of magical light shot out from her fingertips. It was like a golden lotus flower that bloomed in front of her. The lotus flower shot out, and boundless golden light bloomed on the bottom of the sea. It was as if the world on the other side of the sea had quietly bloomed. A vast power rose from the lotus, reflecting each other in the world of white light in the Divine Realm tablet, and kept pressing on each other. Yunxiao's expression was stern. From the moment the other party attacked, he knew that the spirit core was extremely powerful. The vast golden power was the divine ability inherited from the Bo family's bloodline, and it was extremely powerful. As soon as Xianxia made her move, the pressure on Fearless, who was under the Divine Realm tablet, was greatly reduced. He suddenly used all his strength and sent seals into the air in all directions, forming a huge force. Then, the iron hook exploded with a ferocious force and combined with the huge force to pull at the surrounding vortex. Bang, 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 bang. Countless black particles collided with the iron hook and were scattered by the force of the hook. They gathered together not far away and formed the shape of a giant crocodile. It roared and pounced. Fearless' face revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He took a deep breath and slashed out with his hook again, breaking through the Divine Realm tablet's suppression. He desperately escaped several feet away and hid behind Xianxia. The giant crocodile missed its target, then howled unwillingly and continued chasing after the golden lotus. Suddenly, it bumped into the golden lotus. Bang! With one hit, its body suddenly shattered, turning into countless black particles that scattered. The black particles retreated to the Divine Realm tablet and condensed into the body of the giant crocodile. It stared ahead vigilantly with fear in its eyes. The Divine Realm tablet's power of the world was also gradually suppressed by the golden light of the lotus, and the territory kept shrinking. "It's not too late to agree now," Xianxia said indifferently. Yunxiao changed the incantation gesture in his hand and said coldly, "We'll talk after you win." Ling Xin's brows furrowed, and she was a little angry. No matter how powerful your abilities are, you can't cross the gap between realms. Her jade-like finger changed and pointed forward. The golden lotus rose into the air and pressed down on Yunxiao. The collision between the two vast forces became more intense, and the light on the Divine Realm tablet became brighter. The tablet kept shaking. Suddenly, a strange light flew out of the Divine Realm tablet. It let out a long and strange laugh, raised the big axe, and chopped at the golden lotus. Bang! The axe created a huge shadow in the air and directly cut the golden light. Although it was unable to scatter the lotus, it was able to shoot the golden light in all directions, causing it to dim. Wah wah! The evil spirit let out a few loud cries. The backlash from the lotus flower numbed his arms, and his chi and blood churned in his body. "This is a Xianxia." Xianxia's heart trembled violently. The figure that had suddenly appeared was a 9-star martial emperor. Her pupils suddenly shrank. She saw another strange light fly out of the Divine Realm tablet, and a burly figure emerged. Countless formation patterns flashed on the body. The owner of the body formed a seal with both hands, and a blazing sun descended from the sky. Kuafu chasing the sun. Boom! The two golden powers clashed. Bin Chen's divine body charged into the lotus and completely destroyed the spirit core's divine power. Countless rays of golden light shot out in all directions, and the bottom of the sea suddenly became gorgeous. In an instant it returned to being dim and cold. A large number of guards were seriously injured, and another group had fallen. The remaining guards did not dare to stay any longer. They all fled hundreds of meters away in fear, not daring to come forward again. At the same time, the whole palace was alarmed. A large amount of energy came from all directions. With that expression, Xianxia stood quietly on the Divine Realm tablet and said coldly, "My good aunt, hurry up and let this frog at the bottom of the well see just how big this world is." The officials and the evil spirit stood on his left and right respectively, their expressions solemn. Because of the aura on Ling Xian's body, they couldn't sense the strength at all, but they could be sure that it was definitely not weaker than the two of them. Soon, the battlefield was once again surrounded by an impenetrable crowd. All the experts and guards appeared one after another. When they saw the spirit core, they all hurriedly saluted. A few crown princes also came over in alarm. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all revealed a shocked expression. Even a fool could see that Xianxia and Ling Xian must have fought, and they had more or less heard about Ling Xian's strength, which was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. "Li Xianxia, what are you doing?" Guang Lu shouted in anger. Guang Shun was also among them. A look of panic flashed across his face, but because he had a guilty conscience, he did not dare to make a sound. "You locked me up?" Xianxia glanced at him and said, "Of course I came out to beat you." "You coward!" Guang Lu shouted but found that he could not find the words to say. That's right, he locked him up, so of course he had to come out and beat people up. It was rather amusing for him to ask this. All the oceanic species experts were furious. Causing trouble in the palace was a blatant provocation and contempt. Moreover, when all the powerhouses were leaving, it was obvious that they didn't put them in their eyes. However, everyone's face was gloomy as they all looked at Ling Xian. It was obvious that she had become the highest commander at this moment, and they were all waiting for her orders. At this moment, Ling Xian was staring at the Divine Realm tablet in a daze. She seemed to be in a trance. After a long time, she asked, This is a supreme grade profound level weapon? It's just a little trick of a country bumpkin," Xianxia snorted. Ling Xian's face revealed a serious expression of disbelief. The Bo family's blood flowed in her body, and she knew some top-secret information on the continent. She had a deeper understanding of the existence of the transcendent grade profound level weapons than ordinary people. To be able to own a supreme grade profound level weapon was not something that could be explained by the so-called lucky chance. It had to be fate, and the profound level weapon had its own approval. Such a person was definitely a peerless expert who could rule the world. This was also the reason why Guangxin was so nervous and uneasy when he found out that Guang Yuan had refined Amitabha. What a little toy from the countryside. Ben Gong has never seen a transcendent grade profound level weapon before. Today, I am fortunate enough to experience its power. Ling Xian's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. As soon as she finished speaking, her aura began to rise. Although it was very slow, it was extremely stable. She placed her left hand on the top of her hair and took out a gold hairpin with her jade-like fingers, sticking it between her fingers. A stream of light flashed across his eyes, and the tip of the dagger glowed slightly, like a little golden flame jumping and burning. "All of you back down." Ling Xian's eyes didn't leave the Divine Realm tablet for a moment. The oceanic species experts were stunned for a moment. Then, they all revealed dissatisfied expressions. It was obvious that they were not willing to back down. However, they didn't dare to resist Ling Xian's words and remained silent. The guards in the distance, who had seen Xianxia's power, all looked at him with contempt. "All of you back down," Guang Shun said in a low voice. It was only under his order that the crowd had to move hundreds of meters away and form a large circle in the distance to prevent Xianxia from escaping. Guang Shun looked at Ling Xian's cautious expression, and his heart was unusually heavy. Moreover, he also knew that the army of experts present was completely at the level of cannon fodder. Unless it was a high-level 7-star martial emperor or above, they might be able to resist a few blows, but it would be of no help. Now that everything was on Ling Xin, Guang Shun couldn't help but feel his hands sweating. He didn't know why, But the plan that he had thought was foolproof was now wavering because of the strength of the spirit core. This girl is actually an intermediate 9-star existence, the guest whispered with a serious expression. Xiao sensed the tension and oppression from the guests and the evil spirit, so he sent a voice transmission. Don't panic. With the 3 of us working together, we will definitely win. With a wave of his hand, he released the gourd little King Kong again. Against such an expert, even though he would not be of much use, he would at least be a strong shield. Ling Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. She stared at the gourd little King Kong for a while and exclaimed, "No wonder it was able to block my sword. It's actually made of such precious materials, and it even has the memory origin gold that can recover by itself. This is the only puppet in the world. I take back what I said about you being a frog at the bottom of a well. However, Water Fairy is the princess of the sea race, and she will never be with you. Today, I'm going to cut off this thought of yours." The golden sword in Ling Xian's hand slashed out, and her entire body rose up. Golden light constantly drifted around her, making her look like a god. Xiao did not bother to explain to her. He immediately summoned his transcendence golden body and spread out his 6 arms, each holding a different weapon, shining with a brilliant light. One of his arms was holding the sword case. With a flash of silver light, he opened it. The 24 northern heaven cold star swords turned into silver lights and slashed through the air. Ling Xin was also shocked. This Xiao's background was by no means simple. He was probably a disciple of a super sect on the continent. Although she was not afraid, she did not want to cause any more trouble. The golden sword in his hand slashed out, and a golden light streaked across his body. Bang! The golden light extended for a few feet and shattered the northern heaven cold star sword. The 24 northern heaven cold star swords flew into the sky, making a buzzing sound that filled the sky. They scattered but did not panic, and directly formed a formation in the air. A vast sword intent spread out. A silver sword diagram appeared in the air. Ling Xian revealed a look of shock as she looked up. Within the sword diagram, it was as if there were tens of thousands of swords gathered together. They were vast and boundless as they pressed down from the sky. A cold expression flashed across her face. The gold hairpin in her left hand was raised in the air, and suddenly, it turned into tens of thousands of gold hairpin phantoms, stabbing into the sky. Whoosh! 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 The air was filled with the sound of shuttling, and the continuous explosions made one's ears ring. The million sword illustration was instantly pierced through by the golden light and dispersed. The 24 swords lost their color and flew in all directions. Xiao's heart trembled as he was hit by the huge force. He hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with both hands. The 24 swords that had been blasted away were once again controlled. They stopped in the air, turned their tips downward, and shot into the ground. Xiao raised his sword box and sent several incantation seals into it. The 24 swords instantly regained their cold glints and endless sword chi spread out. They formed a dense net in the air and surrounded the spirit core. "Do it!" As he shouted, the 4 figures, including the ministers and the guests, suddenly moved. Each of them displayed their unique skills. The sky and the earth surged and the space shattered. Ling Xian's expression finally changed. Although the 2 9-star martial sovereigns in front of her were both elementary-level martial sovereigns, the aura on their bodies was unusually fierce, like 2 mountains crossing the sky. In addition, the calabash little King Kong and the big crocodile were also extremely strange. For forces bombarded her from 4 directions at the same time, sealing all her movement space. At the same time, Xiao changed his incantation gesture again, and the 24 swords turned into a giant sword in the sky again, slashing down directly from the sky. The sword light was dazzling. In an instant, Ling Xin's heart and mind were pure. Her spiritual altar and sea of consciousness were calm, and her whole person entered a state of an état. She waved her sword and slashed out. "The world is in your favor. Qi is one sword." A ray of golden light condensed in front of him, and a golden lotus bloomed. The petals on the lotus gradually opened, and the endless essence of the sword rose, turning into a golden sword talisman that flickered in the air. The sword talisman was like a barrier, blocking the joint attack of the four people. Boom! The four attacks pressed on the sword talisman and were all shaken off. At the same time, Yunxiao's 10,000 swords came slashing at them, shooting out 10,000 sword beams in all directions. The guards in the distance immediately felt an extremely powerful force coming at them. They were so shocked that their faces changed. Only then did they realize how insignificant they were. Many of them retreated again to avoid being affected. Among all the people present, Guangshun's face was the ugliest, and the shock in his heart was even more indescribable. If Yunxiao won, with his talent and intelligence, he would definitely blame him for it. Thinking of this, a cold feeling spread through his body, and his heart was filled with regret. If he had known this earlier, he would have just let this fiend leave. Why did he have to go through all this trouble to cause such a disaster? In the battle ring, the four people's joint forces were blocked. Their expressions changed greatly, and they attacked again in shock and anger, constantly bombarding the golden chi barrier, suppressing the power of the barrier. Ling Xian's expression was calm as she waved the golden hairpin in her left hand in the air again. Tens of thousands of illusionary images appeared and resonated with the barrier's power. Not good! Be careful, Yunxiao shouted. Be careful. He leaped up, and the divine realm tablet followed suit. He hit the tablet with his palm and blasted it toward the sword boundary. In his eyes, the sword talisman created by his opponent was not brilliant, but the gap between their realms was too big. Moreover, the power of the Bo family's bloodline, the golden light, could break anything. It was unusually powerful. Ling Xian's left hand waved and countless golden hairpins shot out. It directly pierced through his sword energy barrier and stabbed towards the four of them. Bang! 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 All kinds of explosions rang out in succession. The evil spirits and the officials were shocked and hurriedly cast all kinds of ultimate defensive skills. The evil spirit's battle axe transformed into a huge block in front of it. Countless golden lights shook the axe, and its entire body was pushed back. The guests' expressions changed drastically. Strange phenomena appeared in their divine bodies, and they formed seals with their hands to defend. However, most of the golden light still penetrated the mark and shot onto his skin, causing halos to form. The crocodile roared and turned into countless black particles. However, it was still pierced by the golden light and was sent flying. The calabash little King Kong was the last one. Although its body had been stabbed into a hornet's nest, it still rushed up after a loud roar and punched. Ling Xian's brows furrowed slightly, and the golden sword in her right hand stabbed out again, directly taking the neck of the gored little King Kong. Its neck had almost been cut off by the underworld wheel during the battle with Yushangfeng. This was the weakest part of its body, and it had been seen through by the eye of truth. Bang! The golden sword directly pierced into the neck and cut it open again, leaving only a thumb-sized connection. The gored little King Kong immediately tilted its head and stopped in the air. Go to hell! A loud shout came from the sky, and the divine realm tablet fell from the sky as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens. Ling Xian's pupils contracted. Under the continuous attacks, she had also exhausted a lot of energy. Moreover, this transcendent-grade, profound-level weapon made her feel a little afraid. The golden hairpin in his hand suddenly became bigger, and it emitted a cold light as he held it in his palm. He was about to stab it out. Suddenly, a strange force appeared. The cold chi from the golden hairpin suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. What's going on? Ling Xian was shocked and looked up. In an instant, her mind trembled and her calm sea of consciousness suddenly started to surge. A pair of strange eyes appeared in the sky, staring at her coldly. The sound of a poem was heard. It seemed to penetrate space and shake her heart. I peeked at the birds outside the bamboo, the water outside the tree, and the clouds outside the peak. Did I do it intentionally or unintentionally? Ling Xian's entire body trembled. That pair of strange eyes actually gave her a feeling of vastness and boundlessness. like the stars in the sky overlooking the earth. Birds come to spy on people, the moon peeks at wine, and the snow peeks at books, but they see that he is heartless. At this moment, the golden light around Ling Xian's body suddenly disappeared, and her eyes revealed a trace of confusion. The figure that descended from the sky seemed to travel through time and space, overlapping with the person from a long time ago. She lost her composure and was in a complete mess. When the light of the divine realm tablet pierced her eyes, her golden eyes reappeared, and all the confusion in her eyes was swept away, replaced by extreme shock and horror. The power around her was completely wiped out under the gaze of the moon eye. At this moment, the power of her bloodline was activated again, but it was too late. The divine realm tablet fell down with a loud bang, and her whole body was enveloped by the power of the world in a white light. Boom! A white light flashed and illuminated the area. Everyone was blinded for a moment before they saw the divine realm tablet swallow the spiritual core and sink into the ground at the bottom of the sea. Boom, boom, boom! The ground kept exploding, splitting thousands of miles and surging in all directions. Yunxiao's face was as hard as iron, and his body was shining with a golden light. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he looked like a demonic god that had descended. He formed a seal with both hands in front of him and slapped down with a loud cry. A ray of light shot into the divine realm tablet, and the entire tablet suddenly became bigger, constantly lifting the earth as if there was no end. All the experts of the sea tribe were shocked. They were completely dumbfounded that the spiritual core was suppressed under the divine realm tablet. At this moment, the divine realm tablet was tearing the earth apart. If it continued to grow, the entire East Ocean Palace would be destroyed. Guangshen's entire body turned cold as a chill surged up his spine. He felt his body shiver as if he had seen death descend. Who dares to cause trouble here? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the depths of the palace, and 4 beams of light shot up into the sky like meteors, heading straight for Yunxiao. Humph! Yunxiao snorted disdainfully, and a murderous look flashed across his cold face. He formed a seal with both hands in front of him, and the giant true devil immediately appeared behind him, with 3 illusionary weapons appearing on its 6 arms. Yunxiao's hands kept changing incantation gestures, and so did the true devil's giant spirit. Suddenly, a dark nebula appeared in front of him. Then, the 3 weapon phantoms entered it, and a terrifying demonic chi spread out. The giant spirit's hands formed another seal. The star cloud turned into a seal and suddenly exploded in the air. 4 rays of black light shot down from the sky. Bang! 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 The expressions of the cultivators in the 4 rays of light changed drastically as they rushed towards the black light in horror. "It's you, Li Yunxiao." One of them cried out in horror. "It's you." That person was Fei Ming. In his shock, he didn't have time to think. The sword momentum of the Wuing sword struck out and collided with the black light. He was instantly shocked by the huge force, and his internal organs were almost squeezed together. Eft! Fei Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked back dozens of meters. The other 3 suffered the same fate. They were sent flying all of a sudden, each of them looking at the giant black spirit in the sky in horror. Fei Ming's heart was in turmoil. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. How long has it been? Yunxiao, who had been no match for him before, had now injured 4 8-stars martial sovereigns of the same strength with 1 move. Yunxiao coughed out a mouthful of blood after the true devil giant spirit launched its attack. Using a true fiend dharma body after using the omnidirectional divine skill was already beyond his capabilities. He suffered a backlash and was injured. But, at this moment, the guest and the evil spirit had recovered from Ling Xian's attack. In a few flashes, they stood in front of Yunxiao like his left and right guardians. The giant crocodile, on the other hand, was heavily injured. It lay in the air, gasping for breath. Its 4 legs slowly moved, and it walked over step by step. The calabash King Kong's neck had also recovered, and it returned to Yunxiao's side. Everyone's expression was unusually ugly. Fei Ming said in shock and anger, "Li Yunxiao, stop!" The divine realm tablet was still growing. It was like a magnificent palace standing on the bottom of the sea, pressing directly on the palace of Eastern Sea. In front of the divine realm tablet, the originally magnificent and solemn palace was like a little brother, completely unremarkable. "You are Li Yunxiao? Stop!" The loud shout from the palace resounded again. A figure appeared in the air, each step creating ripples. With a few body movements, he arrived in front of the 4 guards. The marine race members in the distance were all shocked. Guang Shun and the others transformed into rays of light and flew over, bowing from the sky. "Greetings, mother." The dignified woman was the matriarch of Donghai, Guangxin's wife. "Xing, let's talk this out." "Stop." Xianxia had already lost her demeanor as the mother of the world and was panicking. "Humph." Yunxiao ignored him and continued to slap the divine realm tablet with another seal. Boom, boom, boom. The steel immediately collapsed, directly shaking into the boundless earth. The entire ground churned even more, and a large number of various buildings shattered and turned into dust. Even the grandest palace hall began to tremble. Everyone's face was pale and ashen. Xianxia's body trembled and her face was filled with fear. She shouted, "Aren't you afraid that my husband will come back and tear you into pieces?" "Guangxin," Yunxiao said coldly, "if it weren't for your shamelessness, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Since he had already done it, there was no turning back. Today, I will let Guangxin know that if he offends me, I will even destroy his old nest. Kill! Kill!" Xianxia was shocked and furious. She knew that today's matter could not be salvaged. She screamed and a mournful killing intent shot up to the sky. She was also a 9-stars martial emperor, so she took out her dual daggers and flew up. When the Xing clan made their move, all the oceanic species experts' expressions changed. This was a great humiliation to them. Even Guang Shun's face was dark as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Yunxiao's face flickered. He knew that he had provoked the public. As the saying went, many ants could kill an elephant. He frowned at the sight of the black mass of people rushing at him, and there was no lack of experts. The officials' expressions also changed drastically. Although they were not afraid of fighting, if they really did fight, blood would probably flow like a river and millions of corpses would be buried. "One more step and I'll kill her." A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he made a grabbing motion. A ray of light was suddenly drawn into his hand. Inside the light was a woman's body. She was covered in injuries and had already passed out. "Arg! Lord Ling Xian! Despicable!" Everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks, each and every one of them extremely furious. Xianxia's expression also changed as she said angrily, "Are you still a man to use a woman as a hostage?" "I'm using her as a hostage," Yunxiao said coldly. "I don't want to kill you. Don't try to challenge my bottom line with your stupidity, or you'll be completely defeated." "You dare!" Xianxia gritted her teeth. "Do you know who she is? If you dare to touch her, there will be no place for you in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts." "Ha! What a joke! I've already knocked her out," Yunxiao said sarcastically. "And you're still talking about a hair? Are you blind or are you stupid? You're really not afraid of death." Xianxia's face was ashen. The other party even dared to offend the bloodline of the Sea Emperor. He was really a desperado who did not know what death was. If they were to fight against such a person, they might really be killed by him. She couldn't help but be shocked, and she had no idea. Guang Shun stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Mother, Lord Ling Xian can't die. Otherwise, we can't bear the responsibility. It is better to endure this and think of another way in the future." Xianxia's eyes were spitting fire as she gritted her teeth and said, "All of you, back off." Countless members of the Sea tribe retreated one after another, their eyes bulging. Guang Shun gave Fei Ming a look and said in a low voice, "Go to the Cloud Pavilion and invite Princess Water Fairy here." Now, with the princess's face, Li Yunxiao might sell her for a bit. Fei Ming turned into a ray of light and flew away. Yunxiao gave him a glance and ignored him, not even looking at Guangxuan. This made Guang Shun both happy and angry. He was happy that Yunxiao did not seem to have any intention of punishing him, and angry that he, the crown prince of the third prince, seemed to be a small figure in the eyes of the other party, who did not even look at him. The number of divine realm tablets was still increasing. The huge palace of Donghai looked like a dwarf at the moment, and it kept making slight cracking sounds as if it was about to crack. Xianxia and the others were very puzzled, not knowing what Yunxiao was going to do. If they really wanted to destroy the palace, they could just smash it with this profound level weapon and the palace would be turned into dust. Suddenly, Yunxiao's face flickered with joy as he said, "I found it!" Everyone present was an expert, so they didn't understand what he meant by found it. All of them stared with wide eyes. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the divine realm tablet instantly turned into a beam of light and flew directly into his forehead. On the vast ground, a black pit that was hundreds of meters long and deep appeared. Xianxia stared at the deep pit, her body trembling with anger. Yunxiao stretched out his hand, and a white porcelain bowl appeared in his hand as he threw it into the air. All kinds of patterns began to appear on the pure white bowl, and it suddenly became huge. The mouth of the bowl faced down, emitting circles of light. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces, as if they felt a strange force spreading over, and the surroundings became indescribably strange. In the next moment, light blue spirit chi gushed out of the endless black pit. It became thicker and thicker, turning into long dragons that rushed toward the white bowl. The guest's mouth was wide open in shock. He finally understood what Yunxiao was trying to do. All the members of the sea tribe widened their eyes and looked at the scene before them in shock. The boundless spiritual chi turned into long dragons and rushed toward the bowl in the sky. It was like an underwater volcano erupting, a magnificent sight. Not only the spiritual chi in the earth vein, but also the profound level weapons and spiritual crystals on many guards all flew out of their hands and into the bowl. Arg! Ah! Everyone was terrified. Their own intrinsic profound weapon had been accidentally drawn out by that force, instantly disappearing without a trace. This buy-in, Xianxia was dumbfounded. The other party was going to drain the spirit veins of this place and seize everyone's property. Even the extreme spirit jade pendant on her body slowly floated up and was about to break through the sky. In her anger, she reached out and grabbed the jade pendant, which dissipated the strange force. Emperor Qi gushed out of his body and suppressed all the forces in the outside world. Only then was he not affected by the white rice's suction. However, those with weaker cultivation were wailing. It was not a big deal that their spiritual crystals were taken away, but the Xian artifacts were rare. They were all taken away. The whole palace was in a mess. "The spirit Qi is too strong," Yunxiao said with a frown. "I'm almost full." The dissatisfaction on his face made Xianxia and the others even more furious. It seems that the idea of using plain white rice to drain the spiritual vein is too naive. I'll just move it away. Move away? All the members of the sea race widened their eyes, not knowing what other heaven-defying things he was going to do. Yunxiao reached out his hand, and the box of heaven's light sword appeared in his hand before he opened it. 24 northern heaven cold star swords shot out in all directions. After traveling 10,000 meters, they turned into huge sword shapes and stabbed into the ground. Boom! A huge tremor came from all directions, and the entire earth seemed to be lifted up. The earth shook and the mountains swayed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Under the horror of the sea tribe, Yunxiao's eyes glowed with a strange power as he looked at the boundless land and finally fixed his gaze on a place. Then, the divine realm tablet flew out from between his eyebrows and hit the land directly. "That's Ingluo," Xianxia cried out in shock, her face full of shock. She said sternly, "You dare to touch the eye of the spirit vein? Li Yunxiao, you're going to die a horrible death." Boom! The divine realm tablet smashed directly into that piece of land. A vast spiritual chi surged up and pushed out in all directions like a tidal wave, tearing the earth apart. The entire palace collapsed with a loud crash, turning into broken walls in an instant. Xianxia was so anxious that she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. The crown princes were also dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was something they would never have dreamed of, but it had happened right in front of them. Felt even more unreal than a dream. Guangshan's face and lips turned pale. He was the cause of all this trouble. If he was found out, his soul would probably be extracted. All kinds of vexation and regret welled up in his heart, as well as endless fear that couldn't be removed. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The earth kept rumbling and shaking, and the ground kept rising and falling. A large amount of spiritual qi directly gushed out and rushed into the sky. Heavens! What does he want to do? Guang and finally couldn't bear the nightmarish scene in front of him and cried out sharply. Boom! A huge tremor came, as if rivers had stopped flowing, mountains had collapsed, and stars had crashed. Everyone's bodies shook violently. With the Divine Realm tablet as the center, all the earth veins within a radius of 10,000 meters were lifted. In addition to the surging spiritual energy, there were also sword lights shooting out from the countless cracks in the earth. Only then did everyone realize that the 24 northern heaven-cold star swords that had been sent flying were actually used to cut the spiritual veins of the earth. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their shock could not be greater. The chaotic situation suddenly became deathly silent. All the members of the Sea Tribe were stunned, and no one dared to make a sound. Only the sky churned and the earth rumbled. The Divine Realm tablet's power of the world suddenly expanded, shooting out beams of light that covered the entire cut earth vein. The crowd could only see the spiritual qi surging and spurting out like a volcano. Then, the entire eye of the spiritual vein was slowly swallowed by the Divine Realm tablet. Everyone was completely petrified and stared at the historical scene with wide eyes. The spiritual vein of Donghai Palace had been dug out. The few crown princes also felt a wave of dizziness. It was not just the visual impact, but more of a comical and unreal feeling. Many of them knocked their heads desperately, trying to wake up from their dreams. Li Yunxiao, what are you doing? A surprised voice could be heard. Not far away, Water Deity and Fei Ming were standing together. They had just rushed over. The Water Deity was surprised and overjoyed as she looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Fei Ming was also stunned. His eyes almost popped out and his mouth was wide open. He was petrified. Eh? You're here. Yunxiao answered softly, without raising his head. He focused all his attention on controlling the Divine Realm tablet to devour the spirit vein. Although the spirit vein was damaged and had a strong yin qi, he had a 10th tier divine fire and a 9th tier alchemist, Yuan Gaohan. As long as he had time, he could refine the entire spirit vein. However, this kind of excavated spirit vein was basically a one-time use item. It was just like a flower that could reincarnate season after season, but if you plucked a branch, it could no longer reincarnate. Boom! 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 The entire bottom of the sea was filled with the sound of the Divine Realm tablet devouring the spirit vein. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, everyone was petrified as they watched the supreme spirit vein disappear in front of them, leaving only a huge black pit on the ground. The entire palace was completely destroyed. Severing a person's spirit vein was no different from annihilating a sect. Water Deity was also dumbfounded. This was a mortal enmity that would not end until one of them was killed. Li Yunxiao, what are you doing? Yunxiao changed the seal in his hand and put away the Divine Realm tablet. Then, he took out the white rice again and threw it towards the collapsed palace. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures gushed out of it and flew into the white rice. Everyone watched him do all this in silence, their minds basically blank. The wealth that Donghai Palace had accumulated over the years was taken away by him one bowl after another. He was very happy. Even Guangshan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Li Yunxiao, today's battle will not end until one of us is dead. The East Ocean is so big, Yunxiao said with a smile. You can go to many places. Moreover, Lord Guangxian has been unable to solve the problem of spiritual energy, right? Now, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. It took more than an hour to fill a few bowls with a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Only then did Yunxiao stop and put away the white rice with satisfaction. The area around the palace was already in ruins. Even if Guangxian were to return, he would not be able to recognize him. Li Yunxiao, you've made a big mistake. The water deity was also stunned. They'll kill you. Her words were very sincere, and her anxiety came from the bottom of her heart. Tears were about to fall. Yunxiao looked at her and recalled Guangxian's words. He had an indescribable feeling. Are they the only ones allowed to make mistakes in this world? Yunxiao snorted coldly and said indifferently, these are the results of their grave mistakes. As for revenge and pursuit, I've experienced too much, so I don't mind having one more. The water deity was at a loss for words. But when she saw Yunxiao's nonchalant look, she thought that he must have a way to deal with it. So she was relieved. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao sent the spirit core floating in the distance over and said, look after your aunt. She's only unconscious from some minor injuries. Then, he made a hand seal and took out the space-breaking shuttle to escape. Where are you going? The water deity quickly hugged the spirit core. Back to the heavenly Martial continent. What about me? You? You can go wherever you like. You're not going to care about me anymore? Ing Luo, when have I ever cared about you? Then what did you promise me? The 4 seas are too dangerous for me right now. When I reach the end of my martial path and become invincible, I'll go to the forest of the sea to fulfill my promise to you. The shuttle unfolded in the air, and Yunxiao stepped into it, his figure gradually fading. He turned around to look at the palace that had been reduced to ruins. His gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, swept past Guangxian. He revealed a strange smile and finally disappeared into the sea. Don't go. The water deity stomped her feet anxiously, but with the spirit core in her hands and the other party using the space-piercing shuttle to escape, she couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. She suddenly felt disappointed. Pursue. Immediately send the order to pursue and kill. Immediately inform Guangxian. At some point, Xianxia had woken up and shouted hysterically. Also, immediately seal off the East China Sea's coastline and don't allow anyone to go out to sea. Guangxian felt a chill run down his spine under Yunxiao's gaze, but he immediately asked for permission to pursue. The rest of the crown princes were also furious and asked for their loyalty. This time, it was not only the palace that was destroyed, but also the dignity and confidence of the sea race. There were already many oceanic species experts who had already thought of ways to chase after him without waiting for instructions. For a time, the entire seabed became chaotic once again. It was bustling with activity and noise. The water deity hugged the spiritual core in a daze. Standing in the sea, she seemed a little different and prominent. Xianxia's face darkened for a long time before she looked over and said, Is Lord Ling Xian all right? I'm fine. I've just fainted for a while, said the water deity, shaking her head. That's good, said Xianxia. This time, in order to save Lord Ling Xian's life, the royal family of Donghai had let Yunxiao escape, so they had done their part for the Ocean Emperor Palace. I hope your highness can inform the Sea Emperor to help us capture Yunxiao. The water deity was stunned for a moment before shaking her head in panic. No way. You can't capture Li Yunxiao. Xianxia's face turned cold. She had heard a lot about the water fairy and said coldly, Your highness, is love more important, or is the peace of the 4 seas more important? As the princess of the 4 seas, your highness should know what's important. The water deity was a little panicked. Even though she was ignorant, she knew that Yunxiao had caused a big trouble with the ruins before her eyes. Xianxia's tone softened a little and she said, I know that your highness is kind-hearted, but this matter is so big that it has already pierced through the heavens. I hope that your highness can send a message back to the Ocean Emperor's palace. The water deity's body trembled a little. If she told her father what had happened here, his father would certainly send experts to hunt Yunxiao down all over the world, just like how he had hunted Gu Feiyang in the past. I'm sorry, I can't do it. The water deity summoned up her courage and said what she wanted to say. You coward! Xianxia was furious. To think that I've always treated you as a distinguished guest, and I even let Yunxiao leave to save Lord Lingxin. I'm sorry, she said. Humph! Xianxia flicked her sleeves in anger and left. She swung her sleeves in the air and slapped the water deity's face. Although he did not use any origin power and only swept it lightly, this was already a great disrespect. With Xianxia's steadiness, it was impossible for her to be so reckless. One could see the anger in her heart. Guangshan's face was dark. His emotions slowly stabilized and his anger gradually dissipated. Looking at the hurrying crowd, his mind began to stir. Your Highness, there's no need to be sad. The mistress is too angry. I'm sorry. I really can't inform Imperial Father about this. The water deity began to sob, her face full of helplessness and pity. Guangshan swallowed lightly, moistening his dry throat. Princess is kind. I can't blame you. The Eastern Sea can settle this matter. The water deity felt uneasy and asked carefully, if you catch Li Yunxiao, can you ask if you can spare his life? Guangshan's brows furrowed and he revealed an unhappy expression. I can't make this decision, but I don't think I can. The expression on water deity's face dimmed. She also knew that this was an extravagant hope. Yunxiao had made such a big scene by directly destroying their headquarters and cutting off their spirit veins. In any major sect, he would be killed until one of them was dead. I hope Li Yunxiao is lucky enough to escape quickly and get out of the East Sea. The water deity clasped her hands in front of her and prayed in a low voice. Guangshan was speechless. At the same time, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and his heart was filled with jealousy and hatred for Yunxiao. If he escapes from the Eastern Sea, he will become the laughingstock of our sea race. Suddenly, Ling Xian woke up and slowly opened her eyes. Her face was extremely calm, but her face was slightly pale, and there was still blood at the corner of her mouth. Aunt, I don't want Yunxiao to die. The water deity couldn't help but cry and threw herself into Ling Xian's arms. Ling Xian's eyes flickered with a trace of tender love and said, Li Yunxiao is an outsider, and I shouldn't have fallen in love with him. Furthermore, he has committed such a heinous crime that no one in the world can save him. Ling Xian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured on the water deity, causing her to shiver. But, Ling Xian said, that Li Yunxiao has a 10th grade divine fire. I'm afraid it's hard to find a second person like him in this world. I'll agree to negotiate with Guangshan. As long as he makes up for his crime, we'll see if we can think of a way to spare his life. Yes, yes. Yunxiao has a divine flame on him. Aunt, you must save him. The water deity saw hope at once. She wiped her tears and jumped up. Guangshan's heart trembled. If Yunxiao did not die, he would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Lord Ling Xian, isn't this a little inappropriate? Yunxiao's crime was something that even the Sea Emperor should not be able to forgive. Otherwise, where would the face of the Eastern Sea be? Didn't you just say that you can't make the decision? The water deity was furious. And now he's pointing fingers at me? Get lost. Guangshan's face was filled with black lines. He lowered his head and said nothing. Ling Xian sighed and said, I'm just trying my best to persuade him. Whether it succeeds or not, it's all up to your father. Even if my brother asks, I can't do anything if your father doesn't agree. That's right, water deity said. Father asked Guangshan to release Li Yunxiao early in the morning, but it was Guangshan who disobeyed father's decree and caused today's disaster. He brought this upon himself. Don't spout nonsense, Ling Xian shouted. She glared at the water deity. Even if she was the Sea Emperor's daughter, she would not be treated well if she spoke nonsense in this situation. If you succeed this time, even if you keep Yunxiao alive, you must swear that you will never see him again. Ah? No, Aunt. How can you be so bad? The water deity said anxiously. This is my bottom line. Ling Xian's eyes were cold as she said firmly, otherwise, I wouldn't even bother trying. We can just let Guangshan kill him and extract the divine fire from his body. The water deity was stunned. She only felt a sour feeling in her heart. Looking at the determined look on Ling Xin's face, she knew that there was no room for compromise. Okay, I promise you, Aunt. The water deity bit her lips, her face pale. After leaving the palace on the shuttle, Yunxiao rushed out of the sea and flew under the blue sky. Yifan came out of the Divine Realm tablet and released Noah's ship, where Yunxiao sat on it to regulate his breathing. He was almost out of energy after the battle at Donghai, but he was in a good mood at the moment. Not only did he move the spirit vein of Donghai, but he also took all the treasures that had been in the palace for many years. Right now, even if his wealth could not compare to those superpowers, it was at least much richer than a tyrant. Seeing Yunxiao smiling while cultivating, Yifan could not help but ask, "Big brother Yunxiao, is it really good for you to cut off people's spirit veins like this?" Yunxiao opened his eyes and chuckled. That Guangxian harbored the intention to harm me. If I had enough power, I wouldn't have gone too far even if I killed him. So what if I cut off his spiritual veins? Yifan nodded. That's true. However, if we do that, we will attract a huge enemy. It will be hard for us to have a good ending. A cold look flashed across Yunxiao's face as he said, "Why should we be afraid of making enemies?" He was afraid that he would not be able to move forward. As long as you were strong enough, you wouldn't need to fear any enemy. The resources I've obtained from the East Sea this time are enough for me to cultivate to the end of the martial path. By then, I won't need to fear Guangxian. Yifan said, "Big brother Yunxiao is right. I've already located the coordinates of the continent. If there are no accidents, you should be able to return to the eastern region in 2 or 3 months." Yunxiao closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Inside the Divine Realm tablet, a large mine with a radius of 10,000 meters was floating in the sky. Spiritual energy rolled out of it like fog and smoke, and ores collapsed continuously. They shattered into spiritual energy in the sky and disappeared. Yunxiao transformed into his human form and pulled Yuan Gaohan over with one move. Anger appeared on Yuan Gaohan's face, as if he was at a critical moment in his cultivation when he was interrupted for no reason. Don't look so livid. I have something good to show you." "Humph. Good stuff? I'm afraid you're making me do hard labor again." "Don't make it sound so utilitarian. Look at what's below." Only then did Yuan Gaohan coldly look towards the mine vein. His eyes focused for a moment before slowly saying, "It's actually a spirit vein, and it's of extremely high quality. And it's a super large spiritual vein that has been formed for at least 1,000,000 years." His face was filled with shock. Then with extreme regret, he angrily rebuked, "Wastrel! What a prodigal! You're the one struck by lightning. You actually dug out such a peerless spirit vein. Do you still have any humanity left in you?" When a spiritual vein was dug out, it was like a flower branch being plucked. It could be used to satisfy one's personal desires, but in the end, it would only wither. There's nothing to be distressed about. This is someone else's spirit vein. Dig it up and use it." Yunxiao said with a smile. "Someone else's?" Yuan Gaohan was startled and asked, "You broke the eye of the spirit vein of a big clan in the East Sea." "It is." Yunxiao nodded without any hesitation. "You troublemaker," Yuan Gaohan rebuked. "How dare you target the big clans of the East Sea? It seems that you haven't learned your lesson enough. If they want to get their hands on me," Yunxiao said indifferently, "they should be prepared to be bitten by me." Yuan Gaohan stared at the spirit vein, and the more he looked, the more he felt that it wasn't simple. This spiritual vein is strange, and the concentration is above my estimation. Did you kick the nest of some S-class sea tribe? Brother Gaohan has a good eye, Yunxiao praised. Yuan Gaohan sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed. S-class members of the sea tribe are very rare, but they are all extremely powerful. I'm afraid they will hunt you down for thousands of miles. It doesn't matter. I've lived 2 lives. I'm already used to being hunted down. What race did you offend? Perhaps I've heard of it before. I've heard of it, I've definitely heard of it. The Eastern Sea's royal family, the hideout of Guangxian. Yunxiao said unhurriedly, with a smile on his face. Yuan Gaohan. Silence, an abnormal silence. Yuan Gaohan took a light breath and immediately felt very comfortable. He slowly said, "What did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly, or did I hear you wrong?" That's right. It's the royal family of the Eastern Sea, the hideout of the Lord of the Eastern Sea, Guangxian, the Eastern Sea Palace. You mean you dug out the eye of the spirit vein under Donghai Palace? Yes, that's the place. Haha, you're not honest at all. You like to joke. Hee. Brother Gao Han, do I look like someone who likes to joke? It doesn't look like it. But if you're not joking, then what are you doing? You dug out the eye of the spirit vein in Donghai Palace. Haha. This is so funny. Yuan Gaohan raised his head and laughed a few times. Then his face suddenly became gloomy and his eyes became extremely sharp. He said in a cold voice, "You said you dug out the eye of the spirit vein in the palace of Donghai and you weren't joking with me?" With a smile on his face, Yunxiao asked again, "Brother Gaohan, do I look like someone who likes to joke around?" Yuan Gaohan finally confirmed that he hadn't misheard. He finally confirmed what he had learned. He only felt his head suddenly become huge. He was completely stunned and his mind was blank. "Hey, Brother Gaohan, what's wrong? You look so scary now," Yunxiao said in surprise. "It's as if someone is holding your neck and you can't breathe. Are you feeling unwell?" "Damn it!" Yuan Gaohan roared, his originally pale face suddenly turning red as he roared. "Damn it! Damn it! Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" Yunxiao laughed. Really? He was just taking something from him. The wealth of the Eastern Sea's treasures was beyond imagination. As the Lord of the Eastern Sea, Guangxian shouldn't be so narrow-minded, right? When Yuan Gaohan heard Yunxiao's words, he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest. He resisted the urge to vomit blood and said angrily, "Magnanimous Li Yunxiao, if you keep playing dumb, I really want to kill you." "Ha ha ha! Ha ha!" Yunxiao laughed and said, "Things have come to this. There is no turning back. We can only deal with it as it comes." What a good strategy. Do you know that your recklessness will not only bring disaster to yourself, but it will also directly affect the entire heavenly martial continent? Yuan Gaohan roared. Yun Xiao gave him an indifferent glance and snorted. "What are you afraid of? Can't you just hide? It's just like that year." Yuan Gaohan was speechless for a moment and gradually sobered up from his anger. But his face was still full of worry and anger. "What do you plan to do now?" "What do we do? Let's go back to the continent first. I'll find a safe place to quietly cultivate. When I reach the end of my martial arts journey, I'll go to the Four Seas and see what Guangxian can do to me." Yuan Gaohan was speechless and shook his head repeatedly. "You should have noticed that there is a problem with this spirit vein," Yunxiao said. "The spirit energy it exudes contains a kind of extreme yin energy, which is very harmful to martial artists. It must be restrained by items of extreme yang. I hope that Brother Gaohan can help me refine the spirit vein with divine fire and remove any hidden dangers." "I knew it wouldn't be anything good for you to come looking for me," Yuan Gaohan said with a sullen face. "Ha ha!" Yunxiao laughed. "Well, we're allies, so I won't be polite with you. It's better to be polite as much as possible." Yuan Gaohan snorted. "I'm me, and you're you. Don't mix around. What I'm worried about now is whether you have the confidence to leave the East China Sea. Even with your strength back then, you almost died." "Cultivation is not everything," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Strength is everything. With Noah's ship here and my understanding of the Eastern Sea's royal family, the chances of escaping are much higher than before." "I hope so," Yuan Gaohan said. "You're the only one in the world who dares to do such a thing, Yunxiao," he thought. "However, if that's the case, I'm afraid that the war between the two races, which has already gradually calmed down, will escalate again. It's not a blessing for the two races." He was the secretary of a sanctuary division, so he did not consider things as freely as Yunxiao did. He had too many things to worry about. "The sea race is too arrogant," Yunxiao said seriously. "If the war really escalates, I suggest the Sacred Zone think about it and give them an unforgettable lesson." "No!" Yuan Gaohan was startled and hurriedly said, "You can't. If the Sanctuary Realm interferes, then the Sea Forest will definitely interfere in this matter as well. At that time, it will become a world war." "So be it," Yunxiao snorted. If they are not afraid, what are we afraid of? Let's destroy the forest of the sea and the palaces of the other 3 seas. Let's see how arrogant they can still be. Unreasonable. You're completely unreasonable. Yuan Gaohan glared at him angrily, knowing that if he continued to talk about it, he would be angered to death. So he simply shut his mouth and began to carefully observe the spirit vein. Yun Xiao chuckled, but there was a trace of worry under his arrogant and unruly look. He was also afraid that the war between the 2 races would escalate. To him, the world was so big that it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky for Guangxin to kill him. However, if the entire human race was implicated, he would not be at ease no matter how unruly he was. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase his cultivation. As long as he recovered his martial arts realm from his previous life, coupled with the strength of his trump card in this life, he would be able to fight against the entire East Sea Dragon clan. With a flash, he appeared in another place. The 5 dragon guards immediately came to their senses and returned to their senses, staring at him warily. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was very somber. Even the air was frozen. "Don't be nervous," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Everyone, don't be nervous. Now that you're on my ship, you'll definitely be my people in the future. Can we try to change the atmosphere? Your people? In your dreams. When are you going to let us go?" Guang Quan shouted. "Leave." Yun Xiao looked confused. "Did I say I would let you go?" The 5 people's faces changed greatly, and they were shocked and angry. One of them said angrily, "Are you going to lock us up forever?" "This is the interior of a supreme-grade mystic artifact," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "It's a world of its own. As long as you are happy, you can live here for the rest of your life." "We're not happy," one of them said angrily. Yun Xiao's face turned cold. "Even if I'm not happy, I'll have to stay here for a lifetime." "You!" That person was furious, and the dragon chi on his body exploded. He was about to kill someone in the air but was stopped by Guang Quan. Guang Quan's expression was also extremely ugly as he said, "What do you want before you'll let us go? It's better to kill us than to lock us up for a lifetime. It's impossible for us to sell our lives for you." "You lost the dragon-shaking hammer," Yun Xiao said. "Don't you want to get it back? Didn't you take the dragon-shaking hammer?" Guang Quan was stunned. "I was also incited by someone," Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. "It's not in my hands now." Guang Quan was silent for a moment before he said, "I understand. You want us to help you deal with the person who possesses the dragon-shaking hammer." Yun Xiao looked surprised as he smiled and said, "Miss Guang Quan is really talented and intelligent." Guang Yan replied, "If you can't even defeat that person with your strength, what use are the 5 of us? Why don't we leave? As long as we tell Lord Dragonhead the whereabouts of the dragon-shaking hammer, Lord Dragonhead will definitely find a way." Yun Xiao's eyes lit up, as if he had received a hint. If he could lure the Dragonhead to deal with Guangxin, the East Sea Dragon race would be overwhelmed and he would have more confidence in leaving the sea region. "Do you have a way to send a message to the Dragonhead?" Guang Quan shook his head and said, "No. The land of rain is isolated from the outside world. However, we have the natural rain mark on our bodies, so we can go back at any time." She paused for a moment and continued, "But this transcendent grade profound level weapon makes us unable to sense the existence of the rain land." "Understood," Yun Xiao said. "Since that's the case, I'll let one of you go. As for the location of the dragon-shaking hammer, I can tell you clearly that it is in the hands of the king of the East Sea, Guangxin. He's also the one who instigated me to enter the Rainland." "What? It's impossible." The 5 dragon guards paled in disbelief. "You're trying to sow discord between us and the East Sea Dragon race," Guang Quan exclaimed. "It's very easy to verify it," Yun Xiao said with a faint smile. "This is not a problem for you dragon guards at all. I can let one of you go." "Who will go?" The 5 of them gradually recovered from their shock. This matter was of great importance, and they could not judge whether it was true or not. The most important thing now was to leave this place and send the message back. As Yun Xiao had said, with the dragon head here, it was very easy to judge the matter. The other 4 dragon guards all requested for Guang Quan to leave, but Guang Quan firmly refused. After a private discussion, they decided to send a young dragon guard away. Yunxiao smiled and threw the man out of the Divine Realm tablet. The dragon guard was directly thrown out by the high-speed Noah's ship, and he was knocked back several thousand meters in the sea before he could stop. His face was filled with anger. With a flip of his right hand, a shining dragon scale appeared. His eyes were filled with determination. "Big Sister Guang Quan, just you wait. I'll immediately go back and report to the dragon head, and he'll come to save everyone." That piece of dragon scale was what he had secretly exchanged with Guang Quan. Through this dragon scale, in the direction of Noah's ship, he could faintly feel the faint bloodline connection. A cold light burst out from his eyes as he began to execute a secret technique. His entire body became faint on the surface of the sea before finally disappearing. Yunxiao's main body on Noah's ship slowly opened his eyes, which flickered with a bright light, as if he were deep in thought. All of a sudden, the two of them were shocked at the same time. They widened their eyes and looked at each other. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. "Big brother Yunxiao, you felt it too?" Yunxiao looked in one direction with a serious expression and a look of disbelief on his face as he muttered, "I can't be that lucky, right?" Yi Fan said, "This feeling is exactly the same as when I was on Xiankong Island. It must be the lotus of Fa Hua. That's what I've heard." "What?" Yunxiao was surprised. "Are there any connections between transcendent-grade mystic artifacts?" Yi Fan also shook his head. "I don't know. The ancestors' notes didn't record it. After all, in countless years it was very rare for 2 supreme-grade profound-level weapons to appear. However, this feeling right now is indeed very strong." A drop of cold sweat trickled down Yunxiao's forehead as he said in embarrassment, "Don't you feel that this feeling seems to be getting stronger and stronger?" Yi Fan's body trembled as well. "That's right. I thought there was something wrong with my senses. You felt it too? What's going on?" Both of their faces turned pale, as if they had thought of a possibility. "Motherfucker!" As expected. "What?" Yunxiao cried out in surprise. "I heard that they are getting closer and closer. Quickly run." Yi Fan's body shook as well. His hands quickly formed seals and Noah's ship glowed with a golden light. It directly jumped in space and flew towards the continent. After half a day, the resonance between the profound-level weapons gradually weakened and became faintly discernible. However, one could still faintly feel that it was like a tail that could not be removed, following closely behind. Yi Fan's body was covered in sweat. His stamina was almost completely used up. Although Noah's ship was far faster than a 9th-tier warship, it was driven by him alone, just like Yunxiao's Divine Realm tablet. It was already beyond Yunxiao's expectation that it could last for half a day. "I just found out that it's double the monthly votes again. Please give me the monthly votes." He would try to keep 6th place. "Stop! There's something strange up ahead," Yunxiao suddenly said. Yi Fan's hand seals changed. He slowly put them down and opened his eyes. His face was pale and he was panting. He was already at his limit. However, this kind of flying with all his strength was also a kind of extremely powerful cultivation. Yunxiao casually threw some pills over. They were all heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had obtained from the palace of Donghai, and the effect would be doubled if they were directly refined into pills in the Divine Realm tablet. Yi Fan took it and quickly swallowed it, panting. "That aura is still behind us. I've changed directions several times in the middle, but it's still chasing us." "Since it's a mutual sense," Yunxiao said, "I think he must have discovered us and chased after us. Could it be that Guangxian's efficiency was so slow that he had not dealt with him yet? That shouldn't be the case." With Bo Yuqing leading the way, Guangxian and the other experts of the East Sea, as well as the dragon-shaking hammer that could suppress dragon power, killing Guang Yuan should be a piece of cake. After swallowing a few pills, Yi Fan's face was filled with joy. The power of the pill was far beyond his expectations. "I've recovered a little. Let's continue running. We'll be finished if they catch up to us." "No hurry," Yunxiao said. "There's a problem in the sea ahead. You should rest for a while and wait for the battle." Yifan was shocked. He looked towards the sea. It was a vast blue sky. It looked very normal. Problem? He revealed a suspicious expression. The order to capture me must have spread throughout the entire East Ocean, Yunxiao explained. This is a common way to capture people in the East Ocean. They've set up spatial traps in certain areas of the sea that we must pass through. If we're not careful, we'll fall into them. Yifan was shocked. He could not feel anything strange in the sea ahead. If he was alone, he would have fallen into an ambush. Yunxiao smiled, a little embarrassed. I was also hit by a lot of tricks in the past. Later, I became more cautious. I basically know their means in my heart. As long as Guangxin does not catch up with me, it will not be a problem for me to return to the continent safely. Moreover, a place that can set up such a spatial trap must be guarded by a powerful race. Yifan said, but if we stop here, that Guangyuan Kasaya behind us? If Guangyuan really comes, Yunxiao sneered, we'll lure him into this spatial trap. This trap was a passageway that led in all directions, and it could conveniently transport the Sea Tribe experts within a certain range. As long as Guangyuan goes in, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. Back then, he had the strength of a peak 9-star and had fallen into such a large-scale trap several times. He had to fight with all his might to get out. The present Guangyuan's power was far inferior to his in the past, and whether he could even come out was a question. In the deepest part of this sea area there was a deep and dark hall. The words Jisha were hung above the hall. A group of experts in the hall were nervously staring at a water screen. In the water curtain was the shadow of Noah's ship, as well as the figures of Yifan and Yunxiao, who were talking and laughing on it. But no sound could be heard. Although there were more than 10 experts gathered inside, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. Apart from the occasional gurgling of water bubbles, no one made a sound. These two should be Li Yunxiao. I didn't think that he would really run to our jurisdiction. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Boss, of course it's a blessing. The entire Eastern Sea is looking for him, but he came to our domain. This is a gift from the heavens. Under the shark head, a group of experts from the clan all had green light in their eyes, emitting an unfriendly aura. Pie? I'm just afraid that I'll cut off your teeth, the shark head said coldly. How can the royal family of the Eastern Sea not be able to eat a pie? I suspect that he has already seen through our move of moving mountains and overturning seas. Impossible! Moving mountains and overturning seas is a chain formation that spans the entire sea region. It can have up to 18 main formations and countless smaller formations outside. Pulling one will affect the whole. It is the most powerful and most extensive formation in the East Sea, and there are no signs to follow, so it's impossible to see through. No one believed it. They all thought, one of them said, this formation was left behind by the ancestors of the Sea Tribe to defend against the invasion of foreign enemies. It was only used once decades ago, and it worked so well that even Gu Feiyang, the peak martial sovereign of the human race, couldn't see through its mystery and almost died inside. It's impossible for this Li Yunxiao to notice it. Let's hope so, Sharkhead said. Let's observe for a while. If he still doesn't enter the formation, there must be something fishy going on. We have to find a way to lure him into the formation. Why don't we attack them directly? We might be able to take them down, and that would be a great contribution. Even if he couldn't, he could force them into the formation. By then, the entire formation will be activated. Not only will the layout inside the formation be shocking, but the experts from the other sea areas inside the formation will also be able to cross the formation and come here directly. Even a peak stage martial sovereign will be turned into ashes. The shark head hesitated for a moment before saying, this plan is feasible. Although these two people look young and their strength seems to be limited, you must not underestimate them. If you discover anything amiss, you must escape at once. There seemed to be a flash of fear in his eyes as he reminisced. In the battle when we besieged Gu Feiyang, under the 1,000-mile sword light, it was like a meat grinder. No matter how many experts were thrown into it, they were all turned into ashes. Haha, Lord Sharkhead, you're overthinking it. These two humans were unknown, and with their age, how strong could they be? It's probably just good at running away. That battleship really does look extraordinary. The warriors of the Jabbers were eager to take action. They thought it was a great opportunity from the heaven. As long as they could take down Yunxiao, it would be a great achievement, and they could request to expand the sea area and obtain more resources. The shark head also seemed to be moved, and a cold expression flashed across its face. All right, since you've decided, let's do it. Everyone was overjoyed. They turned into green lights and rushed out of the hall, rushing toward the sea. Yunxiao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sea. Yifan seemed to have sensed something and was about to ask. Suddenly, the surface of the ocean burst open with a bang 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 sound. Rays of light shot up into the sky. In an instant, dozens of experts surrounded the two of them. The dozen or so people at the front were all martial sovereigns, and the shark head was also an 8-star martial emperor expert. Are you Li Yunxiao? The shark head shouted. Are you Li Yunxiao? Yunxiao glanced around with his moon-like eyes to make sure that there were no more experts. Ignoring the shark head's question, he pointed at his glabella and released the evil spirit, then said, "Clean everything up. Ha ha ha. They're all small fries. I like beating small fries." The evil spirit's eyes lit up and he took out his axe excitedly. After he had possessed this body, he had been extremely fond of it. Now, he was still in the process of fusing with it, and he had to go through experience to achieve a complete fusion. The dragon aura of a 9-stars martial sovereign was suddenly released, and it instantly suppressed everyone. The shark head's expression changed drastically as he said in horror, "Not good! It's the dragon clan of a 9-star martial emperor." As soon as the dragon's breath was released, everyone was scared out of their wits. That murderous array instantly disintegrated, and everyone was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha! You're all afraid. The evil spirit laughed madly, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. It strode forward and chopped down with its axe. All kinds of screams rang out, but Yunxiao and Yifan were still meditating quietly. Only then did the shark head understand that this pie was purely a metal pie that could bite off your teeth. He roared and released a demonic aura, breaking through the suppression of the evil spirit dragon's might. He roared and rushed into the array. Only then did he turn around, his cold aura threatening. "Come and kill me if you have the ability." I was so scared just now, but now I'm not scared anymore. It's strange. The evil spirit rolled its eyes and looked like it was in deep thought. Yunxiao opened his eyes in surprise. This evil spirit had a brain. The shark head saw that he didn't fall for it and continued to slaughter his own clansmen, and it became anxious. It hurriedly said, "Coward! As a member of the dragon clan, you don't even have the courage to do this. You're a coward. So what if he's a coward?" The evil spirit mumbled as it swung its axe down. Another martial emperor from the Jabbers was cut in half. The shark head's entire body turned cold, and he was on the verge of tears as he cursed, "Are you still a dragon? Do you have any dignity as a dragon? If you fucking have the guts, then come over. Don't shout. You don't have the guts. Okay?" The axe in the evil spirit's hand was waving, and in a few breaths, it killed more than half of the warriors from the draining shark clan. Shark head was completely dumbstruck, his mind completely blank. The words and actions of the evil spirit were completely different from the dragon clan in his memory. He almost cried as he watched his clansmen fall one by one. The evil spirit raised its axe and was about to slash down again when its pupils suddenly constricted, and the giant axe stopped. Yunxiao's eyes snapped open as well, and he cried out in shock, "Not good!" That male from the Jisha race was scared out of his wits. When he suddenly saw the killing intent stop, he jerked back and retreated over 100 meters away, narrowly escaping with his life. The man who had just survived the disaster couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha! Hangluo!" Suddenly, he felt his vision go black. His body was torn apart by a huge force, as if a huge rock was cutting his body. After a sharp pain in his head, he felt that his body had turned into a meat paste, and then he completely lost consciousness. Yifan looked at the scene in the distance and said in shock, "Guang Yuan, how did he do it so quickly?" The evil spirit and the shark head were stunned as well. 100 meters away, a huge green dragon was hovering in the sky. The huge dragon head had eaten the man from the Kali shark tribe and was even chewing on him. Then, the azure dragon descended from the sky and transformed into a figure on the sea. A man in azure with a cold expression and an extraordinary appearance appeared. It was Guang Yuan, whom they had been separated from for some time. The aura on his body was extremely powerful at the moment, and his forehead was full. It was obvious that his injuries had completely recovered. Guang Yuan's cold eyes stared at Yunxiao as he grinned and said, "Li Yunxiao, it's a small world." Yunxiao's face turned extremely unsightly, and he forced a smile. "What a terrible life," Guang Yuan said coldly. "It's pretty bad. However, good comes from bad. Now that I've met the two of you, am I starting to get lucky?" "You've completely refined Amitba?" Yunxiao asked. "Have you completely refined Amitba?" Guang Yuan crossed his arms in front of him, looking very confident, and said, "Even if I didn't refine you too, wouldn't it be easy to capture you too?" Yunxiao smiled wryly. The extent of his opponent's refinement was far beyond his expectations. Otherwise, he could not have escaped from Guangxian. Nor could he have come here without being noticed by Yunxiao and Yifan. "Actually, there isn't much enmity between you and me. As the saying goes, it's better to get rid of an enemy than to make up for it." All right, enough. Just surrender and hand over all your treasures," Guang Yuan interrupted. "And I can grant you death before eating. Otherwise, I'll swallow you alive. It's your choice." "So cruel?" Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat and asked. Guang Yuan looked around, revealed a sinister smile, and said, "It's a very good meal. After eating you, I have a great chance to reach peak 9-star. 9-star peak Xianxia." Everyone's hearts trembled violently. After Guang Yuan had recovered to his peak, he had advanced even further. With the devouring cultivation technique, he had killed countless sea race members during this period of time and accumulated a shocking amount of power. He was not far from the peak of the 9-star level. As long as he had the opportunity, he could break through at any time. "Let's eat these dregs first." Guang Yuan's gaze turned, and he instantly transformed into his dragon form, stirring up wind and waves on the surface of the sea. A huge wave of seawater rose into the sky, engulfing everyone. His speed was so fast that it was simply hard to catch him. One only saw a gust of whirlwind spin past, and a series of agonizing cries rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the G-Shark clan's experts were completely devoured clean. The previously lively sea surface was left with only a few people in an instant. The shark head's eyes were wide open, and his mind was blank. G, 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 G. Guang Yuan's mouth chewed, and a soft chewing sound rang out, making one's hair stand on end. "You're also a member of the East Sea Dragon race, but why do you look so unfamiliar?" Guang Yuan stared at the evil spirit, chewing on the bones and meat in his mouth as he revealed a suspicious look. Gulp! The evil spirit broke out in a cold sweat under his gaze and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Don't come over. We're a family. We're friends, not enemies." "Oh!" Guang Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth and let out a breath of turbid air. He looked up at the sky and said somewhat sorrowfully, "A long time ago, I was the only one left in my family." The evil spirit was shocked, and a bad feeling welled up in its heart. "Retreat!" Yunxiao suddenly shouted. "Retreat!" The evil spirit didn't have time to think. It turned into a ray of light and fled. As soon as he moved, an extremely dangerous aura descended. A terrifying giant dragon head appeared behind him and opened its mouth to bite. He broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately he was prepared. The veins on one of his arms popped out as he grabbed the axe and slashed in the air. Boom! Ah! A wave of power exploded, but it instantly drowned out the evil spirit's screams. Blood splattered in the air. The mouth of the dragon head was covered in blood, while one of the evil spirit's arms had been bitten off, and Guang Yuan had eaten it along with the axe. The evil spirit's legs turned to jelly as it desperately charged into the mountain-shifting sea formation. He only felt that his surroundings immediately became strange. It was as if he had entered a ball of cotton. His surroundings became soft and he could not exert any force. The shark head had tried every possible way to lure the evil spirit into it, but now that it had really entered, it was not happy at all. Instead, its face was pale. Guang Yuan was seen flying over with ill intentions. He hurriedly made hand seals with one hand, and his entire body was instantly hidden in the array, disappearing from sight. The moment Guang Yuan entered the formation, his expression changed drastically, and he said in shock and anger, "Move mountains and drain seas." He was a member of the royal family, so he naturally understood the power of this array. His face instantly twisted and he roared, "Guangxian, Guangxian, in order to kill me, you've even set up a chain formation that spans the entire sea? He really has good intentions." His eyes suddenly turned red, and his killing intent rose. The shark head was the person who set up the formation in the sea region, controlling the formation's essentials. He had the right time and place, but under Guang Yuan's tyrannical power, he did not dare to show himself rashly. Instead, he cast a spell in the dark, first opening the formation's channel, and then sending the message to the other positions. Then, the mechanism in the formation activated, and a bad feeling spread through the formation. Even Guang Yuan became abnormally vigilant. As soon as the formation was activated, the entire sea area began to become abnormal. It was as if it had been enveloped in a glass bottle, as if it was isolated from the outside world. The people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. Yifan was shocked. "They have all entered the formation. What should we do?" "That idiot didn't know that it was enough to lure Guangyun in," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "He even got himself into trouble. It's not difficult to break this formation, but the difficulty lies in the fact that this formation is extremely vast and can be set up with endless trump cards. Once you enter it, it's difficult to survive." "Then what should we do?" Yifan asked. "You're not going to save him?" "Although that idiot has a different heart from me, he's one of us after all," Yunxiao said. "Of course I have to save him." Furthermore, Guang Yuan had mistakenly thought that this formation was used to capture him, and that perhaps this was the best opportunity to break this formation. "You can enter the Divine Realm tablet." After he put Yifan into the Divine Realm tablet, he took out the space-breaking shuttle and slowly stepped into the formation. A soft feeling immediately followed, making him feel like he couldn't exert any strength. Moreover, the sea view in front of him changed, as if he had entered an independent sea. As soon as Yunxiao stepped into it, he felt a sense of danger. He looked around and saw a sea of black creatures surrounding him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that they were red seahorses with fierce eyes. Yunxiao smiled wryly in his heart. The scene back then was exactly the same as this, except that it was not seahorses that attacked him at that time, but a strange rectangular creature, but it was almost the same. Boom! A series of roars came from the distance, and dragon breath spread out. Not far away, the evil spirit was caught in a bitter battle. He was surrounded by all kinds of things. Although a large number of them died with each move, the endless stream of attacks still made him extremely shocked and angry. He had already lost an arm, so he had used up a lot of energy. Now, his physical strength was continuously decreasing. As soon as Yunxiao appeared, the seahorses around him quickly swarmed over and spat flames at him. In an instant, his entire body was on fire. Yunxiao was surprised at first, but then he was overjoyed. He found that these seahorses only knew how to breathe fire around him. Although the flames were connected and had a shocking aura, they were not very lethal. He only put up a layer of defense and sat safely inside the flames. He quietly observed the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he knew that something was wrong. In the nearby sea region, the space suddenly began to ripple violently, slowly forming a vortex. A powerful presence gradually emerged from within. Then, dozens of light beams shot out of the whirlpool and landed on the sea. It was actually a dense crowd of experts, with more than 100 of them. Yunxiao knew that they had been teleported from other seas. The entire mountain shifting and sea overturning array connected the north and the south, and when one side received news, they would immediately come to their aid from all directions. There was a flash of light beside the group of people, and the figure of Shark Head appeared. His face was full of joy and anger. After a simple conversation with the group, they all turned their eyes to him. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the sea. Soon after, a maniacal laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha! A bunch of idiots! To actually use such a method to deal with me. What an idiot! Guangxian, it seems that I have to thank you properly. A huge dragon shadow soared into the sky and opened its mouth to devour countless sea creatures. Those various low-level sea creatures were all sucked into Guang Yuan's mouth like beans being poured out. Ah! Everyone was completely dumbfounded, and so was Yunxiao. Although the level of these sea creatures was not high, there were enough of them. If they ate so many of them, they would either die from overeating or break through to peak 9-star directly. But looking at Guang Yuan's ecstatic expression, as well as his digestive ability, it didn't seem very likely that he would be able to collapse. Not good. Let's kill him together. The newly arrived group of marine race experts had not witnessed Guang Yuan's terror before, so they all glowered at him. Relying on their numbers, they were bold and all charged over at once. Ha ha ha! Guang Yuan laughed loudly as he ate, his entire dragon-shaped body constantly swaying in the air, as if he was unusually happy. Idiot! Yunxiao shouted at the evil spirit. Come here. The evil spirit was taken aback. When it heard Yunxiao's voice, it rushed in that direction with great joy. Guang Yuan was gobbling down low-level sea creatures while his eyes shone with a cold light. With a clap of his hands, a golden light emerged from his body and shot directly into the sky. The golden light spread out in the air and turned into a lotus platform, shooting out colorful lights. Everything that exists is like a dream. Like fog and lightning, it should be like this. As Guang Yuan's hands formed a seal, the light from the lotus seat shot down. Wherever it passed, a dazzling magical light would appear, mesmerizing everyone. His face was full of mockery. A surge of origin power spread out in his hand and turned into a dragon that swirled out of his palm. Mixed element chi. Boom! The dragon roared and charged into the crowd. The experts' bodies exploded one after another, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. It was a one-sided massacre without any resistance. Hundreds of people were killed in a few breaths. Guang Yuan's eyes lit up, and one of his dragon heads expanded to 10 times its original size. With a loud roar, he took a deep breath in the air and swallowed all the broken limbs into his stomach. The shark head and the few experts who had not died felt their bodies turn cold, and their legs went soft. The shark head hurriedly changed its hand seal and entered the formation again, disappearing from sight. The few powerful cultivators who had come from other regions all shouted in horror, "Don't go! Take us with you!" But there was no response. Roar! Guang Yuan instantly rushed over, and with a palm strike, he killed all of them, and swallowed them all in large mouthfuls. Yunxiao had also cut a path out of the seahorses. He put the evil spirit into the divine realm tablet and was about to escape. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down, and there was a faint, auspicious sign in it. Amitabha froze the space. Your sister! Damn it! Yunxiao cursed as he waved the cold sword in his hand. A gust of cold air rushed out and blocked the auspicious light. The sword chi gathered in the air, and countless rules appeared. A sword technique appeared, and a path was opened. Humph! Don't even think about leaving. The sky suddenly darkened, and Guang Yuan's figure had appeared above them at some point. A ball of true essence condensed into palm power in his hands, ready to strike down. Yunxiao was horrified. If he were hit by that chapter, he would die without a doubt. He suddenly formed a seal with both hands, and a boundless dragon's might spread out from his body, emitting an extremely powerful dragon breath. What? This is Ing Luo. Guang Yuan's entire body trembled, and the power in his palm stagnated slightly. Shi Long's aura had shocked him abnormally, and a sense of fear had emerged from the depths of his soul. At that moment, a dragon's roar came out of Yunxiao's mouth, piercing through the sky like a lightning bolt and shooting straight at him. The dragon's roar seemed to have come from the primordial era. It carried supreme might and solemnity, as if a dragon had really soared to the 9 heavens. Huge waves surged in Guang Yuan's heart. That dragon's roar was actually directly pressing down on his soul, causing him to feel an extreme fear from the bottom of his heart, and a feeling that he could not be matched by force. After letting out a dragon roar, Yun Xiao immediately took out the shuttle and was about to escape from the array. He knew very well that his dragon's roar was only for show. It was a complete imitation of the first dragon's roar. It was only enough to scare ordinary martial sovereigns, but it could only scare Guang Yuan. He cast out the shuttle and flew into it. Suddenly, there was a flash of silver light, and an astonishing sword force streaked across the sky. Boom! The shuttle exploded on the spot, and Yun Xiao transformed into a thunderbolt under the sword force and fled dozens of meters away, which saved him. However, the sword chi cut into his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood after his body was formed. He looked at the sea in the distance in shock. A ray of silver light slowly rose up and gradually turned into a looming figure. The figure said in a cold voice, "How dare you refine the bones of my clansmen into profound-level weapons? Death penalty." With a flash of silver light, another sword ray slashed over. Yun Xiao was shocked. The man in front of him was the king of the Silver Spirit, a peak 9 stars martial emperor. Although it was a casual slash, it had the power to destroy the world. The entire sea area within the array was split in half and whistled up. Guang Yuan also sobered up from this change. His pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Silver Spirit!" His figure flickered, and a shadow burst out of his body, faster than the sword, and rushed to Yun Xiao's side. Then he formed a claw in the air and grabbed at the sword chi. Bang! The sword chi directly shattered the afterimage, stirring up waves. The master of silver spirits put away the sword in his hand and said slowly with a serious expression, "Lord Guang Yuan." Guang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yun Xiao was fine. The dragon breath just now had frightened him, and with his experience, he naturally knew that the power was not simple, and it seemed to be the legendary power of a true dragon. Therefore, he had to figure it out before he acted to save her. "Humph, I don't dare to be called Your Excellency. Your cultivation base is already above mine, so I should be the one calling you Lord." Guang Yuan's expression was cold, and his eyes were emitting cold air. "I can't believe it," the master of silver spirits said. "It's true that you're not dead." Guang Yuan snorted. "Stop putting on an act in front of me. Since you've also appeared, I believe Guangxian should be arriving soon." He looked around vigilantly and kept RU1. The master of silver spirits pointed at Yun Xiao and said, "I am here to capture him. As for the matter of Lord Guangxian, I have also heard of it. However, I did not expect to meet you, my lord. It is truly a coincidence." "Ha! A coincidence?" Guang Yuan said angrily. "Silver Spirit, I used to think that you were a loyal and honest person. Who would have thought that you've also become so treacherous? If you didn't help Guangxian to capture me, would this mid-stage martial emperor human be worth your time?" The master of silver spirits said indifferently, "Lord Guang Yuan, you may not know this, but this human has committed a heinous crime. Mother Xing personally sent me a message, asking me to capture him personally." "Heinous crimes," Guang Yuan said coldly. "The one who truly committed a heinous crime is Guangxian. Are you willing to help me kill Guangxian? If this matter is successful, as long as I, Guang Yuan, am still alive, the Silver Spirit race will be on equal footing with the royal family." The master of silver spirits shook his head and said, "This is your own family matter, my lord. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to interfere. This Li Yunxiao has dug out the eye of the spirit vein in the palace and destroyed the entire base of the royal family. This is a matter of great importance to the dignity of Dong Hai." "What?" Guang Yuan revealed an expression of disbelief and shock, and said in shock, He dug out the eye of the spirit vein in the palace?" After getting an affirmative answer from the silver spirit's master, Guang Yuan was dumbfounded as he turned to look at Yun Xiao. "I was careless," Yun Xiao said in embarrassment. "I made a mistake." Only then did Guang Yuan really believe him, and he suddenly threw his head back and laughed out loud. Good, good, good digging. Guangxian is so useless. He has embarrassed Dong Hai so much. Let's see if he still has the face to sit on the throne of Dong Hai. His eyes flashed with mockery and coldness, as if he was calculating something. The master of silver spirits shook his head. No matter what, you were born in the East Sea. You shouldn't be gloating like this. A cold glint flashed in Guang Yuan's eyes, and he said coldly, What's wrong? Silver spirit? Are you lecturing me? The master of silver spirits turned around, not wanting to face his cold gaze. I'm not lecturing you, sir. I just hope you won't interfere in my capture of Li Yunxiao. I like this Li Yunxiao, and I'll keep him. If you want to capture him, then attack me. Guang Yuan's figure flickered and appeared in front of Yunxiao. Yunxiao was confused and did not understand why Guang Yuan wanted to help him. He only felt that things were like chess, and things changed too fast. The silver spirit master's face immediately turned cold. My lord, don't force me. Although Guang Yuan's cultivation level was one level lower than his, he had devoured so many strong practitioners of the sea race and had also vaguely touched the threshold of the peak of the 9-star level. In addition, he had heard so much, but he was not afraid of him. Even if I force you, what will you do? The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became cold and solemn, and killing intent overflowed. Since that's the case, I'll try out the divine abilities that you've been cultivating all these years. The silver spirit master flicked his sleeve, and the sword aura of his entire body rose up. The entire sea surface split apart in an instant, and a monstrous aura condensed behind him, merging with the sword aura around him. Guang Yuan's expression was grave, and he directly released Amitabha. 10,000 rays of golden light shot out and danced in the sky, forming two distinct forces with the monstrous ocean. The silver spirit master's face was indifferent, as if he didn't care. He only looked at the Amitabha in the sky with some surprise, as if he was in deep thought. Guang Yuan, on the other hand, was anxious, but at the same time he understood his previous misunderstanding. If Yunxiao had really dug out the eye of the spirit vein in the palace of Dong Hai, then this earth-shaking array must have been prepared for him, and he had come here by mistake. Regardless, once the array was activated, there would be an endless stream of powerful cultivators crossing regions. It could not be ruled out that Guangxian would also find the nearest small array point and be transported here. In short, the longer one stayed in this array, the more dangerous it would be. Yunxiao sensed the aura emanating from Guang Yuan. He was not weaker than a peak 9 stars martial emperor, but his realm was indeed stuck below the peak. Actually, you can try to use a supreme grade profound level weapon to break through this barrier. Ignoring Guang Yuan's stunned look, Yunxiao began to explain. Transcendent grade mystic artifacts are refined by great alchemists after they have comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, and then reopen the earth, water, fire, and wind. It's big and small, but it's also big and small. If you can master one, you can master all of them. These words were like morning dew, blooming serious, flashing and disappearing, but it made Guang Yuan's body suddenly shake. Big without exterior, small without interior, one art leads to 10,000 arts. Guang Yuan's entire person instantly became dazed. He stared blankly at the lotus seat in the air, and a flash of inspiration flashed through his heart. Amitabha's light suddenly descended and covered his entire body. The sound of Sanskrit chanting resounded over the entire sea area. The sky brightened, and the wind and clouds surged. Countless rules of heaven and earth appeared out of thin air and gathered from all directions. The entire sky and sea were illuminated by the light of the Dharma. It was a solemn and dignified sight. The silver spirit master was startled, and immediately understood the situation. He knew that Guang Yuan was about to break through. His face flickered, and he immediately wanted to take the opportunity to capture Yunxiao so that he would not have to fight with Guang Yuan. Just as he was about to cast the void technique, he felt that it was extremely difficult to circulate the origin energy in his body. Furthermore, the innate divine ability of the silver spirit race was unable to be used under the magnificent lotus light. What? The master of silver spirits was shocked and couldn't help but be shocked. He was a peak 9 stars martial emperor expert, an unparalleled existence before the end of martial Dao. How could he be suppressed by the light of a profound level weapon of a treasure? The light on the lotus seat circulated and the sound of Sanskrit filled the heavens and earth. An illusory figure appeared on the lotus seat. Could this be a Kasaya? The silver spirit master's heart trembled, as if he had thought of something. He looked at Amitabha in horror, and his entire person was completely stunned. Lotus seat of Fa Hua. This is what I've heard. Within the magical light, Guang Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, and his entire person was silent in a boundless and vast power. His expression was dignified and kind, solemn, just like an elder or sage. Xianxia also stared blankly and gulped. He had just said it casually, and he did not expect it to have such a wonderful effect. Furthermore, the benevolent face that Guang Yuan was currently showing, who would have known that he was actually a vicious, unpardonable great devil? Under the light, Xianxia also sensed that his primordial power was blocked, but his spiritual power was not affected at all. Moreover, the divine realm tablet was chirping in a low voice inside his body, as if it was going to compete with it. Xianxia suppressed the ringing of the divine realm tablet so as not to disrupt Guang Yuan's advancement. At this moment, he could roughly guess that it must have been the dragon's roar that contained the breath of the first dragon that had aroused Guang Yuan's curiosity. But no matter what, as long as Guang Yuan had the intention to save him, he would have an additional assurance in escaping the East Sea. I still owe you 19 chapters. Tomorrow, I'll be entering 2015 with a sum of money. I'm currently in 6th place, 36 votes more than the 5th place. It was now the double monthly votes period, which meant that there were only 18 more votes. He would try to maintain 6th place. The Silver Spirit Master was already shocked beyond words by the scene in front of him. The legendary sacred artifact of the 4 seas, the treasure that had been passed down for generations in the Ocean Emperor's palace, had actually fallen into Guang Yuan's hands. Could he have stolen it from the Ocean Emperor Palace? The Silver Spirit Master shook his head repeatedly and immediately dispelled this thought. With Guang Yuan's strength and his previous injuries, it was absolutely impossible for him to steal anything from the Ocean Emperor's palace, let alone a saint artifact. Could it be a gift from the Sea Emperor? The Silver Spirit rejected this idea once again. I've heard that it symbolizes supreme glory, and only the Ocean Emperors of the past are qualified to have it. All kinds of thoughts came to his mind, and he could no longer remain calm. Xianxia was also shocked. Guang Yuan's control over Amitabha seemed to be even higher than his control over the Divine Realm Tablet. It was simply incredible that this kind of light could suppress the Silver Spirit's master. He looked up and opened his eyes. He could vaguely see a faint shadow on the lotus seat. Guang Yuan, on the other hand, was completely silent in the state of advancement, turning a deaf ear to everything in the outside world, which also made Xianxia very suspicious. Time passed by bit, but everyone felt as if a century had passed. After that, countless rays of magical light gathered in Guang Yuan's body, and a vast power spread out. Guang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze was like lightning. In the sky, Amitabha retracted his light and transformed into a small golden lotus. It floated in Guang Yuan's palm and flickered like jade. Silver Spirit, I'll give you a chance. Join me and you'll be spared from death. The Silver Spirit Master's entire body trembled. At this moment, the aura on Guang Yuan's body was not the slightest bit inferior to his, and that sharp gaze caused his heart to tremble. The Silver Spirit Master said in a deep voice, I'm only loyal to the Master of the Eastern Sea. If you can ascend to the top in the future, I'll naturally be loyal to you. As for the grudge between you and Guangxian, it is a family matter. I cannot participate. As for this human, he gave Xianxia a look and said, if you stop him, my lord, I can't do anything about it. I'll have to go back empty-handed and report to Lord Xing. As he turned around, the entire ocean surface glowed with silver light, and the waves were sparkling. The figure of the Silver Spirit Master gradually disappeared under the silver light. He couldn't understand the situation here at all, so he might as well leave to avoid getting caught in the power struggle of the royal family. Humph! Cunning. Guang Yuan snorted coldly as he turned his eyes and stared at Yunxiao with an unfriendly look. If you want to know the origin of that wisp of dragon breath, Yunxiao said, be polite. When he saw Guang Yuan's expression darken, he hurriedly added, I'm a 9th-tier great alchemist. Don't expect to search my soul. I can tell you clearly that it's a 10th-tier dragon breath. As expected, Guang Yuan's body trembled. Although he had guessed it long ago, he was still shocked to hear it confirmed by Yunxiao. If you tell me everything and leave behind the 2 saint artifacts, I can let you go. You need my help? Yunxiao said with a smile. We have space to talk. Guang Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, you actually want to threaten me? Did I hear you right? He raised his hand, which transformed into a dragon claw, and clawed at Yunxiao. Although it was just a casual grab, the power of the peak of 9 stars suppressed the surroundings directly, and the sharp claw came down from the sky. Yunxiao did not dare to be careless. He held the sword with both hands, surrounded by countless sword rules, and thrust it toward the palm of the dragon claw. Under the cold light, the sharpness of the sword was unparalleled. It cut through the air and the cold air froze people. The moment Guang Yuan's dragon claws touched it, he felt a slight pain in his hand. His skin had actually been pierced. He was shocked and quickly changed his claw to a palm. He flipped his hand and slapped the sword with a bang. Bang! A cold light flashed and the sword intent was scattered. Yunxiao was pushed back dozens of meters on the surface of the sea, and he was badly shaken. Guang Yuan's expression turned serious. I've forgotten that there's a huge difference between your strength and your cultivation level. You have at least the combat strength of an 8 stars martial emperor. On top of that, you have a supreme grade profound level weapon. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Yunxiao felt bitter in his heart. If they really fought, he was not confident that he could escape from Guang Yuan even if he used up all his trump cards. The other party was standing on the sea with his hands behind his back. It was obvious that he did not want to attack him. He couldn't guess Guang Yuan's thoughts, so he changed the subject and said, our common enemy should be Guangxian. Why don't we think of a way to leave the East Sea first? Guang Yuan snorted lightly and said coldly, leave? Why do you want to leave? Oh, Yunxiao asked. Then what are your thoughts? The corners of Guang Yuan's mouth held a cold smile, and an extremely powerful self-confidence exuded from his body. He said word by word, wait for the rabbit. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. You want to fight Guangxian head-on? Why not? Guang Yuan asked. Yunxiao was shocked. Guang Yuan did not look like he was lying, and he was by no means a reckless man. Where did he get such strong confidence from? Guang Yuan seemed to have read his mind, and said with a cold smile, do you think that I'm a little arrogant because I've just stepped into the peak of 9 star? If that's the case, Yunxiao said with a smile, you wouldn't have hidden in Xiankong Island for so long. Guang Yuan nodded and said, you're not simple either. Since you've solved the mystery with a single sentence and helped me break through, I'll let you watch a wonderful show. At this moment, the space above the sea region not far away shook again as groups of experts descended. They saw Yunxiao at a glance, and they rushed up while shouting. Yunxiao's face had been spread throughout the entire East Sea through the art of shadow breath. Yunxiao stood calmly on the surface of the sea, motionless. With Guang Yuan beside him, he knew that he would not let go of the food. As expected, Guang Yuan smacked his lips and revealed a cold smile. Boom! He opened his mouth wide and let out a long roar. A dragon's roar spread out, causing mountains to roar and tsunamis to appear, and the sky to shatter. Countless waves rolled up and turned into water dragons. As if they had their own consciousness, they swept across the sky above the sea. Many experts from all walks of life were killed on the spot, and the rest were swallowed by the water dragons. After that, Guang Yuan opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the remnants of the sea monsters into his stomach. There were only 2 9-star martial emperors left. They were the leaders of the large clans who had been teleported here. They were extremely terrified. One of them widened his eyes and said in shock, Guang Yuan, Guang Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said, "Oh, so it's the Velvet Pincer. I didn't expect you to become a 9-stars martial sovereign. Congratulations." The other person was also shocked. Guang Yuan, Eastern Sea's royal family, Lord Guangxian's brother? The one who died in a rebellion more than 10 years ago. Why you? Sir, didn't you already die? The Velvet Pincer said in fear. Guang Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said, "The traitor is that bastard Guangxian. Are you too willing to pledge your loyalty to me?" I Ming Luo. The pincers didn't know how to answer and just stood there in a daze. "Forget it. Since I don't like it, then give me some nutrition." Guang Yuan grew impatient. He formed a seal with one hand, and the magnificent Dharma lotus platform burst out of his body, spinning in the air. Rays of light shot out, illuminating the sea area with a gentle light. "This is a Kasaya." Huh? Rong Yang and the other 9-stars martial emperor were stunned. Then, they realized that something was wrong. Not only did the power of the Dharma light seal the space, but it also locked their origin energy. The two of them were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They hurriedly made their moves. 2 balls of light bloomed from their bodies and gradually merged together to resist the magnificent lotus light. Yunxiao carefully sensed the power of the Dharma light and found that it was far weaker than the power of Guang Yuan's breakthrough. The power of the Dharma light from before could even suppress a silver spirit master who was at the peak of the 9 stars. Now, it was not enough to suppress 2 ordinary 9 stars martial sovereigns. He understood in his heart that the power of the Dharma light from before was definitely not under Guang Yuan's control, but had been emitted by the lotus seat of Fa Hua on its own. Guang Yuan's incantation seal changed, and Amitabha pressed down from the sky. The golden light instantly suppressed the 2 of them, spinning in the air like a millstone, slowly crushing the other party's resistance. "Humph! Put down your butcher's knife and turn back." Guang Yuan let out a solemn shout, and his entire body rose into the air like a dragon. He sped across the surface of the sea, and his dragon head turned into a huge one, directly biting down with a loud roar. He even took a bite of the Tao and swallowed it. It then transformed into a human, and its stomach made rumbling sounds as it continued to expand. With a face full of ridicule, he formed a hand seal and muttered something. A vast power flew around in the seal and directly touched his belly. Only then did the swelling momentum be suppressed. It slowly caved in and returned to normal. Yunxiao wiped off his cold sweat. This kind of cultivation technique and divine ability was too evil, but he had to admit that it was extremely powerful. Besides, Guang Yuan, who had created this technique, was definitely an amazing genius. After Guang Yuan digested the 2 9 stars martial sovereigns, his eyes flashed with joy, as if he had gained great benefits. His eyes turned cold as he stared into the void. Suddenly, he put 2 fingers together and pointed them out like sword fingers. Bang! An explosion came from the sky, followed by a scream. The shark head's figure appeared from the explosion. A large hole had been created in front of him, and blood was flowing out. He instantly turned into light and wanted to escape. "Humph!" he snorted. A soft, cold voice rang out. Guang Yuan's figure moved, and he caught up to the shark head. The dragon's head appeared, and directly bit down and ate it. At this point, the entire ocean was deathly silent, and there was no longer any life. Yes, there's indeed a huge difference between an 8-star martial emperor and a 9-star martial emperor. After Guang Yuan swallowed the shark's head, he muttered to himself, "If I were to swallow Guangxian, I wonder how much of a surprise I would be in." Yunxiao's hands and feet were covered in cold sweat as he listened. "Do you really have the confidence to go against Guangxian? He has the help of the masters of the 6 clans, so there aren't many experts in the world who can rival him." Guang Yuan said unhurriedly, "Did you not hear what the Silver Spirit said just now? The leaders of the 6 clans were loyal to the king of the East Sea, not Guangxian of the Dragon Clan. In other words, they won't interfere with the internal affairs of the royal family at all, except for that bitch, Lady Z." At the mention of Lady Z, his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. "You've met them?" Yun Xiao asked tentatively. Have you met them? Guang Yuan said without any hesitation. We almost met. Fortunately, I left quickly. I didn't think that Bo Yuqing would dare to betray me. You humans are really unreliable. Yun Xiao's eyes turned. So we haven't even fought yet. What makes you so confident that you can defeat your opponent? I can tell you a piece of bad news. Guangxin has already obtained the dragon-shaking hammer. What? The dragon-shaking hammer of the rain-ground dragon lock formation? Guang Yuan cried out in shock. Oh, Yun Xiao asked. You also know about this item. Guang Yuan's expression became extremely unsightly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Are you sure? Of course, Yun Xiao said, because I took it out of the rainland and handed it to Guangxin with my own hands. Guang Yuan's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with boundless anger. His killing intent shrouded Yun Xiao as he said angrily, Damn it! Don't get too excited, Yun Xiao said. Since I'm telling you this, I naturally have a way to crack it. He immediately explained all the secret techniques and said, This might be a good way to beat him at his own game and kill him. Guang Yuan was in slight disbelief and said suspiciously, You're that good? You're teaching me the secret technique for free? Don't forget that Guangxin is determined to kill me, Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. There is still room for discussion between us. Guang Yuan was suddenly shocked, as if he had thought of something. That dragon breath power, could it be that you came from the Rainland? Don't tell me you're afraid. Let's deal with Guangxin first, Yun Xiao said indifferently. Guang Yuan's face was gloomy and uncertain. He knew that Yun Xiao would not reveal more. After all, those things were the bargaining chips he used to negotiate. Good. If I can eat Guangxin, the help you provide me is enough to exchange for your life. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in the space above the sea and slowly dispersed. The two of them narrowed their eyes and became vigilant. The fog was like green smoke, floating and then slowly becoming like cotton, getting thicker and thicker, and then like a cloud, changing constantly. After rolling for a while, the cloud and smoke began to slowly gather together, gradually forming two human figures, and they opened their eyes one by one. The clouds faded, revealing the faces of two men. Yun Xiao was taken aback. Both of them were human beings. Guang Yuan was overjoyed. Ha! The Mu family is indeed loyal. Guang Yuan can't thank you enough. But didn't Chief Wu Fu come? The man in front had a lazy expression as he said, Is there anything in this world that requires my big brother's help? I, Mu Yitong, am more than enough to deal with a mere Eastern Sea Lord. He raised his left hand and introduced, This is my younger cousin, Mu Yijuan. With the two of us here, Master Guang Yuan can rest assured. Guang Yuan's expression was slightly displeased, especially when he heard the words, mere Lord of the Eastern Sea. But he still suppressed his emotions and said, I originally thought that I could have a good chat and drink with you, Chief, but I can't help but feel a little regretful. Mu Yitong's face sank and he said coldly, What Lord Guang Yuan means by this is that us brothers no longer have the right to chat and drink with you. Hee. Guang Yuan laughed lightly. Although he did not answer, the arrogance and disdain on his face were evident. You. Good on you, Guang Yuan. If it wasn't for Big Brother's repeated reminders before we left that we must help you kill Guang Yuan, I would show you my true colors now, Mu Yitong said angrily. Mu Yijuan said directly, Cousin, why don't we teach this arrogant man a lesson first, and then kill Guangxin when he comes? In any case, we're more than capable of killing them with our abilities. Mu Yitong pondered for a moment and said, Let's kill Guangxin first. The great master has repeatedly warned us. If anything happens, you and I can't bear the responsibility. All right, Mu Yijuan said unhappily. I'll let this arrogant man be arrogant for a while longer. The two brothers' faces were ice cold, and they looked very proud as they looked at Guang Yuan from the corner of their eyes. As for Yun Xiao, the two of them did not even look at him. Yun Xiao finally understood why Guang Yuan was so fearless. It turned out that he had a life-saving hand. But he was a little speechless at the two men in front of him. Are the two of you experts from the secluded Mu clan? Mu Yitong then turned his eyes over and frowned. You know about the Mu family? Xiao sweated in his heart. It's really the Mu family, he thought. It's probably the only secluded sect that has good strength and a high opinion of itself, and no other branches. However, what surprised him was that Guang Yuan actually had dealings with them. These so-called hidden aristocratic families didn't seem to know their place at all. Cousin, there's nothing strange about it. Mu Yijun laughed. Although our Mu clan is a reclusive cultivator, our reputation is so great that it has spread among many super forces, making people fear us. It's not strange that this kid knows about it. So that's how it is, Mu Yitong said with a sudden realization. Xiao was speechless and did not bother to say anything to these two jokers. Judging from their strength, one of them was a mid-tier 9-stars martial emperor, while the other was only a junior-tier martial emperor. They must have some trump cards. Suddenly, something strange came from the surface of the sea again. It was like a blazing sun in the sky, and rays of light shone down. The waves on the entire sea were sparkling, and they were warm under the light. Xiao sniffed, and a faint fragrance entered his nose. Flower petals slowly emerged from the light and fell down. Among the countless petals, 3 beautiful figures suddenly appeared and fell into the sea with the light. The Mu brothers' eyes flashed with surprise, and they immediately became alert. They shouted, "Who is it? Don't panic. They're on our side." Guang Yuan's face lit up with joy and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your help, Saintesses." He stepped forward and cupped his hands. The woman in front was wearing a long white dress, and her face was pink. She turned around and chuckled. "Lord Guang Yuan is too polite. I didn't expect there to be people from the Mu family here. It seems I, by you, have come here in vain." Mu Yitong's expression changed drastically as he said in shock, You're from the Fuyao Holy Palace." As soon as the words Fuyao Holy Palace came out, Xiao trembled as well, and he turned to look at the three. I didn't think that the Mu clan's lord would know about our Fuyao Holy Palace. This really makes me happy. Bue laughed shyly. Pft. The 2 female disciples behind her also could not help but cover their mouths and laugh. They were both beautiful and moving. The Mu brothers didn't seem to be as arrogant as before. Instead, their faces sank and they snorted, "Guang Yuan, since you've already come to our Mu clan, why did you come to Thousand Leaves Island? They clearly don't trust us." Ayaya. The adults of the Mu family have misunderstood. Bue covered her face and smiled shyly. "Lord Guangyuan first came to Thousand Leaves Island, but our strength is limited and it's difficult to achieve great things. That's why Lord Guang Yuan came to find your chief. With the Mu brothers here, not to mention the Lord of the Eastern Sea, even the Lord of the 4 Seas will be killed in the blink of an eye." Only then did the 2 men from the Mu family look better, and they also felt a little embarrassed. Mu Yijun said awkwardly, "I'm afraid the sovereign of the 4 Seas won't be that easy to kill." Guang Yuan couldn't be bothered with the 2 of them, and turned to the 3 from the Fuyao Holy Palace, saying, "Please help me thank the palace master. If this matter is successful, I will personally pay a visit to thank her. This has nothing to do with our Fuyao Holy Palace. It's just that I'm willing to help you. Do you understand?" "Understood." Guang Yuan nodded his head, knowing the meaning of the Fuyao Holy Palace. If he succeeded in killing Guangxian and successfully ascended to the top, then it would be a great favor from the Holy Palace. If he failed, then this would be Bue Shinus's personal action, and it would have nothing to do with the Holy Palace. Ayaya. Who is this little brother? He's so handsome. Big sister is embarrassed. Bue shyly looked at Xiao with her beautiful eyes and a shy look. "Sister, you're over 100 years old, aren't you? He still looks so young at such an age. It's really enviable." Bai Yueshan's face turned ashen, and she was so angry that she lost all her manners. Her face slowly turned red and she gritted her teeth. "Lord Guang Yuan, this little friend is not cute at all. Can I strangle him to death?" The 2 female disciples behind her covered their mouths and laughed. One of them even bent over from laughing, but they held back their laughter and did not dare to make a sound. This young man's name is Li Yunxiao. Guang Yuan coughed and said, he's also a helper I've invited. As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions changed as they stared at Yunxiao in disbelief. Both the Mu brothers and Bai Yueshan were 9 stars martial sovereigns. Even the 2 female disciples behind Bai Yueshan had an astonishing cultivation base of 8 stars martial sovereigns. Yunxiao, on the other hand, could see the strength of a 5 stars martial emperor at a glance. Bai Yueshan's expression became somewhat strange, and she softly said, Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao. What an unfamiliar name. 3 elder sisters. Yunxiao said, may I ask how my cousin-in-law died? Your cousin-in-law? The 3 women from the Fuyao Holy Palace were all stunned, their faces filled with confusion. Li Huaqi is my eldest cousin, Yunxiao said. He's my eldest cousin. What? The 3 women's bodies trembled, especially Bai Yueshan. Her expression became stern and she shouted, Li Huaqi, you're my eldest cousin. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Even though the Mu family was a reclusive sect, they knew who Li Huaqi was. Guang Yuan, on the other hand, had an expression that said, I see. No wonder this unknown brat would possess such terrifying power and countless powerful profound-level weapons. As expected, he had an extremely deep background. That's right, Yunxiao said. I heard that, after my cousin-in-law passed away, my big cousin was never able to recover. I don't even know where he went. Do you know where my big cousin is? His face was full of innocence as he blinked at the 3 of them, looking like he wanted to know the answer. Biue's face became extremely ugly. Xianxia is the holy maiden of our Fuyao Holy Palace. What nonsense cousin-in-law are you talking about? Don't you dare taint her innocence with your words, or don't blame me for bullying the younger generation. Yunxiao looked puzzled. Why? I don't understand. Biue shyly looked at his appearance and felt angry and funny at the same time. She scolded, little kids shouldn't ask so many questions. A green-clothed female disciple behind him chuckled and said, Elder Yu, don't be fooled by this kid's cute appearance. How can anyone who can hang out with Guang Yuan be simple? Yunxiao gave the female disciple a surprised look. She was wearing a long, leaf-green dress embroidered with dark red butterfly patterns. This woman's body exuded a kind of intelligence, and there was actually a feeling of being unable to see through. What made him even more surprised was that whether it was Bai Yueshan or the other female disciple, their true age was around 100 years old. Only this green-clothed woman's age was about the same as his, an 8 stars martial emperor around the age of 20. Yunxiao was dumbfounded. He had lived 2 lives, but he had only become a 5 stars martial emperor. What was the matter with this woman? Could it be that she had reincarnated? The female disciple in green continued to smile. If he's really Li Huaqi's cousin, he can't be so young. It's possible that he's Li Huaqi's illegitimate son. Wow! I was almost fooled by this kid's appearance. Tell me honestly, how old are you? Biue was angry and embarrassed. I hate old men who pretend to be young the most. She was still surprised. It wasn't difficult for ordinary cultivators to change their appearance. But the age of a person's bone armor couldn't be lied to. As long as one's cultivation was high enough, they could see through it with a glance, just like how the other party could tell that her true age was over 100 years old. But no matter how she observed him, Yunxiao's bone age was only about 20 years old. An excited feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. If she could learn this secret technique, wouldn't she be able to hide her true age? Her expression changed from displeasure to excitement. In Yunxiao and Guang Yuan's eyes, they were speculating what she was thinking and thought that she was up to something. No. Yunxiao continued to play dumb. I've always been this young. Biue shyly squinted her eyes and couldn't help nodding. Yes. Yes. Little brother, don't leave. I have something to talk to you about. Afraid that Yunxiao would be unhappy, she added, didn't you want to know about your eldest cousin brother and cousin-in-law? Big sister knows. Yunxiao cursed in his heart, but he still put on an honest smile and said, Okay. Thank you, sister. He pointed at the green-clothed female disciple behind him and said in surprise, This sister's aura is so strange. Why do I have a feeling that I can't see through her? You little devil. There are many things in this world that you can't see through. Although she brushed it off with a few words, the green-clothed female disciple still attracted the attention of Guang Yuan and the MU brothers. Especially the MU brothers, whose eyes were wide open in shock as they sized up the green-clothed woman. What are you looking at? Damn pervert! The woman in green was embarrassed by everyone's gazes. Her face darkened and she glared at the MU brothers. The Mu brothers immediately turned their faces away in embarrassment. Mu Yitong, on the other hand, said in a low voice, Elder Yu, if I'm not wrong, this lady is the holy body of this generation in the Fuyao Holy Palace? I didn't think that after Xianxia, Thousand Leaves Island would be able to obtain a divine body again. This is truly worthy of celebration. There was no joy on his face. Instead, it was solemn and deep. Yunxiao's heart jolted. He had heard of the so-called sacred body, and this special physique generally existed for the inheritance of some extremely powerful divine power, such as the nine-yang true art of Xianxia Palace. He didn't know much about the matter between Li Huaqi and Xianxia, but now that he thought about it, it was probably related to this so-called holy body. The so-called saintly being only occupies a little talent. Compared to the many geniuses of the Mu family, it's insignificant. Bua shyly covered her face with her sleeve and said, My lords, please don't make fun of our sacred palace. The MU brothers looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Although they had always been arrogant and conceited to the extreme, they were all from hidden sects and had a certain understanding of the Fuyao Holy Palace. They knew how terrifying the sacred body was. Otherwise, the sacred palace would not have looked down on Li Huaqi and thought that he was not worthy of Xianxia. Yunxiao also seemed to gradually understand the whole story. But, if Xianxia really had a divine body, and had such a terrifying cultivation base, how could she have died? Without giving him time to think, Guang Yuan said solemnly, I'll remember the noble will of the two sections. As long as Guangxian is dead, I'll lead the East Sea and immediately fulfill the promise between the two sections. The MU brothers and Bai Yueshan's eyes lit up with a little excitement. There were only eternal benefits in the world. As long as the price was high enough, there would be people willing to kill Ao Chongkong. The MU clan and Fuyao Holy Palace are simply courting death. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the sky above the sea, and everyone's expression changed drastically. The voice was filled with killing intent and anger, causing the waves to surge. The formation began to distort as beams of light shot down and many powerful auras came, drowning in a single speck of dust. There's nothing to mend the profoundness. Perhaps the path is still far. Looking at the world, gains and losses, only one's own opinion. As the two poems slowly sounded, Guangxian's figure gradually appeared in the light. He was as quiet as a virgin, but his eyes were as cold as the abyss. An exquisite and delicate laughter rang out, and a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. The space also twisted, and a purple shadow suddenly appeared. The purple jade chariot appeared. There were also hundreds of terrifying auras coming from all directions. Powerful figures began to appear on the surface of the sea one after another. Bo Yuqing also showed up, standing directly behind Guangxian and looking at Guang Yuan and Yunxiao with a complicated expression. The entire sea was silent. Guang Yuan and Guangxian stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with an incomparably fierce light, like blades intertwining in the air above the sea, making people shudder. Guang Yuan is rebellious. Now that you've seen this king, why aren't you kneeling? Guangxian was the first to shout, his eyes filled with endless mockery and coldness. Guang Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he said in a cold voice, Kneel! Are you worthy of one of my kneels? I'm the king of the Eastern Sea, and you're from the Eastern Sea clan. How can I not be worthy of that title? Guangxian said coldly. Guang Yuan laughed and said, Ha, the king of the Eastern Sea? You self-proclaimed it, right? Who's going to believe you? Those who don't believe will die. Those who don't submit will die, Guangxian said coldly. His gaze turned to Guang Yuan's side, and he said in a cold voice, "If the Mu clan and Fuyao Holy Palace withdraw now, I will not pursue this matter and will treat it as if nothing has happened." The Mu brothers and Bai Yueshan couldn't help but panic under Guang Xian's sharp gaze. The two maidservants behind Bai Yueshan couldn't resist the pressure and took 2 steps back with pale faces. "He. Lord Guangxian is so fierce, he scared my disciple." Biyue covered her mouth and laughed shyly, throwing a flirtatious glance at Guang Yuan with a peach blossom face, and said shyly, "This matter is a private matter between my enemies. It has nothing to do with the sacred palace. Lord Guangxian, please don't blame the wrong person." The Mu brothers' expressions changed. Mu Yijuan snorted and said, "Elder Yu, what are you afraid of? Could it be that we can't beat them with the combined strength of the few of us? You're too unconfident." Guang Xian shouted, "I don't care if it's because of your personal relationship or if it's related to your interests. Today, as long as you stand on Guang Yuan's side, you will be my, Guang Xian's, enemy forever. I will not rest until one of you is dead." Bai Yueshan's expression changed greatly and became extremely ugly. A cold light flashed in her eyes and she remained silent. Guangxian's eyes turned to Yunxiao, and his face suddenly turned as dark as water. "Kid, you have guts. Even if the emperor himself comes today, he won't be able to save you." Yunxiao chuckled and said, "My lord, you are really stingy. Mineral veins are just worldly possessions. If you run out of them, you can always find more. Why are you so calculative? You're the current king of the Eastern Sea, so you have to be more magnanimous." "Brother Yunxiao, you've really gone too far this time," Bo Yuqing said. "I had originally planned to ask Lord Guangxian to let you go after this matter, but this time, I'm sorry." "Brother Yuqing, you'd better care about yourself," Yunxiao said with a smile. "No matter what the result of today's matter is, do you think Guangxian will let you go? However, the Eastern Sea is indeed a good place. It's not bad to stay there for a lifetime." Bo Yuqing's face flickered. Yunxiao's words had also hit his soft spot, which was exactly what he was worried about. "Don't be incited by him," Guangxian said coldly. "As long as Guang Yuan dies, I'll immediately let you leave." Only then did Bo Yuqing reveal a look of joy. These words were said in front of the 3 armies, and there was no possibility of reneging. Lady Z's voice came out from the carriage and she snorted, "Why are you still talking to them? Kill them all as soon as possible to prevent any future trouble. As for the Mu clan and the Fuyao Holy Palace, we'll slowly settle the score with them in the future. Li Yunxiao is here too, so I can take care of him as well." "Bitch!" Guang Yuan angrily rebuked. "That day when she was under me, she was so flirtatious. Who would have thought that she would secretly kneel and lick Guangxian, helping him to harm me? What I don't understand is, will Guangxian have any reaction to you, a half-aged flower? TSK, what a strong taste." As he angrily rebuked, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his voice full of ridicule. "You're disdainful, Guang Yuan. Don't you dare ruin my reputation." Lady Z was furious and scolded him from inside the carriage. "I'm ruining your reputation? TSK. Do you still have a reputation?" Guang Yuan sneered disdainfully. "If it weren't for the fact that you were extremely lascivious and took the initiative to please me, willing to do all kinds of lowly things for me to seek pleasure, do you think that I would take a fancy to you with your inferior looks? Would I be interested in playing?" "Shut up! Shut up!" Lady Z shouted in a shrill voice, showing that she was extremely embarrassed. The entire purple jade carriage exploded in an instant, blasting into pieces that shot out in all directions. A purple shadow flickered like lightning, directly attacking Guang Yuan. At this moment, the people inside the formation were all famous experts of the East Sea, and most of them were the leaders of the sea tribes under Guangxian's direct command. Regardless of whether Guang Yuan's words were true or not, just the fact that such unsightly words had fallen into everyone's ears made her feel ashamed and resentful. How could she continue to live in the future? Ha ha ha! With a long laugh, Guang Yuan used the art of origin and qi in his hands, his mouth still unceasingly spewing vulgarities, speaking with great joy. Everyone knew that he was deliberately provoking the other party, but such words were not something a woman could bear. Lady Z's face was ashen. Ayaya, this is so embarrassing. Bue added fuel to the fire and said shyly, Elder Sister Z is also really open. This younger sister is amazed. Lady Z was already furious, and when she heard this, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Boundless anger gushed out. She put her palms together and a purple chi in her hands turned into a sword, slashing down from the sky. A look of joy flashed across Guang Yuan's face, and he laughed wildly. Even a bitch like you can do it, and you don't allow me to say it. He tapped his feet lightly on the surface of the sea, and his entire body retreated at the sound, teleporting 100 meters in an instant. Lady Z's sword was like a purple light that streaked across the sky, chasing after him relentlessly. Guang Yuan's body suddenly came to a halt. He also put his hands together, and a surge of energy gathered in his palms. Primordial chaos chi, Tao turning into nothingness. The force was compressed to the extreme and exploded. An unparalleled force rose from his palm and met the purple light. Boom! Under the collision of the two forces, the entire surface of the sea was evaporated by dozens of feet, and a powerful storm expanded. Retreat! Guangxian's pupils contracted as he shouted in alarm. His figure flickered and he rushed towards the battle ring. It was only now that he realized that Guang Yuan had retreated because he had planned to kill Lady Z. Within the storm, the purple gas, which was originally turbulent, was instantly suppressed by a golden light. A golden lotus rose, and the light of Amitabha shone down. Guang Yuan's face appeared in the storm, full of coldness and contempt. Lady Z was shocked. A mighty force pressed down on her, and all the shame and anger in her disappeared in an instant, replaced by horror. She quickly formed hand seals and purple vines shot out from her body. They intertwined in front of her and turned into a dense heavenly net that kept pushing the Dharma light away. Everything that exists is like a dream, like a bubble, like fog, like lightning. It should be as such. Guang Yuan's Dharma form was solemn as Amitabha transformed into a pocket-sized golden lotus. It floated in his palm. Then he clapped his palms together and slapped them down. Under the suppression of the golden light, the countless wisteria turned into smoke and disappeared. A vast power descended like a god. This was Guang Yuan's all-out attack, wanting to kill the other in one fell swoop. Lady Z's face turned pale. She felt that she couldn't resist this force at all. She could only be eroded bit by bit, and the elemental energy in her body started to collapse. Guang Yuan, who had previously been an intermediate 9-star, had not only stepped into the peak state at this moment, but he also had the ability to kill her, making her feel a burst of fear and despair. Bang! The sea below suddenly exploded, and a wave shot up into the sky, shaking the golden light. The entire space between the sky and the sea had turned into a mist, making it impossible to see. The water element of the world. Guangxian's voice sounded. The water elements in the world were like trickles of water, flowing into the golden light. The entire space was squeezed down along with the water flow, suppressing the vast power of the light of magic. Lady Z felt the pressure on her body was lifted, but she was already injured and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It's worth it. Guangxian's cold voice rang out once more, floating amidst the countless streams of watery light as he stared coldly at Guang Yuan. The boundless water elemental energy was like a vast ocean. Previously, it was as smooth as a mirror. Now it was like a storm and raging waves that slapped the shore, suppressing Ru Amitabha. A terrifying aura condensed in the water element. Guangxian made a hand seal and turned into the shape of a dragon. Guang Yuan turned pale with fright. The power of the water element of the world had been refined by Guangxian to the point of perfection. It was as if an entire world had enveloped him, like maggots in his bones, completely unable to be shaken off. All of a sudden, a fiery blade light flashed across the sky and cut all the water power in the world into two. The opening of the water world was still burning, and the fire was moving away. What? Guangxian was taken aback. He saw Yunxiao standing in the air not far away, the thousand-year domineering saber in his hand burning with divine fire and surrounded by primordial astral wind, shooting out streams of indestructible sharp aura. Guangxian's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. No matter how strong the blade qi was, it could not split open his water elemental energy. Even if the wind and fire elements on the blade were extraordinary, it should have been suppressed by his water elemental energy. But he did not know that Yunxiao's understanding of the water element of heaven and earth was no less than his. The invincible water element divine power of heaven and earth had been broken by Yunxiao with one saber move, which made him a little uncomfortable for a moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had ever thought that someone would dare to interfere in the battle between the two and break the water power of the world. The Mu brothers and the three people from the Fuyao Holy Palace all had strange looks in their eyes, as if they had a whole new level of respect for him. Ha ha ha! Good job! Guang Yuan laughed maniacally, and rays of golden light shot out from his body, dispersing the water vapor that filled the air. The lotus petals on Amitba bloomed one by one and flew under his feet, lifting his entire body up into the sky. Within the golden dermic light, Guang Yuan's expression was solemn. Sanskrit sounded from his mouth, and his hands formed strange seals. The speed was very slow, but each move was steady. Ancient Maha characters flew out of the lotus and surrounded him, turning into a divine scripture. A vast power appeared from the chapter and suppressed Guangxian's power. The entire sky was instantly divided into two distinct halves, and infinite spiritual pressure burst out from them, spreading in all directions. Damned thing! Lady Z was stunned for a moment at the moment the water element was broken. But then she flew into a rage and turned into a purple beam of light, rushing toward Yunxiao with a murderous aura. Yunxiao had been on guard for a long time. He immediately summoned 3 heads and 6 arms, as well as the giant true devil spirit, and stood up on the sea. After making a hand seal, a black vortex appeared in front of the giant spirit. 3 illusionary weapons appeared on his 6 arms. They were a metal chain, a saber, and a book. They all smashed into the black vortex, and a terrifying power spread out. After that, the giant spirit also formed a seal with its hands like Yunxiao. The black vortex was like a Milky Way, spiraling in a spiral state as it gathered in the palm of the giant spirit and pressed down. Lady Z was also shocked by the power. The spiral seal seemed to contain a very high level of martial intent rules, which were even higher than her comprehension. In her shock, she was even more determined to kill Yunxiao. There was a huge gap between their realms. Lady Z moved like a shooting star under the flashing light. Countless wisteria appeared in front of her to dispel the demonic qi. Then, the wisteria converged into a sword in the air, instantly breaking the seal's power and slashing at Yunxiao without losing any momentum. A bullet of autumn water. A bullet of the moon. Suddenly, the sound of a zither was heard. A treasure zither appeared in front of Bai Yueshan. As she pulled the strings, a huge sword qi shot out and cut the air. Boom! The sword energy rushed directly at the purple sword beam, and the 2 sword beams collided violently, shooting out a strong light as bright as the sun and devouring both Lady Z and Yunxiao. The exploding sword light turned into countless sharp qi, which kept attacking his body and cutting his skin. But at the same time, it was also absorbed by the imperishable golden body and repaired. In the blink of an eye, it was as perfect as before. He didn't dare to fight Lady Z head-on, so he turned into a bolt of lightning in the sword qi whirlpool and flew down after making a hole. Clang! 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 After this move, Biyue didn't stop. Instead, the music in her hands became more and more urgent. With every pull of the string, sword qi would shoot out, condense around her body, and not dissipate. At this moment, the entire sea region was in an uproar. More than half of the hundreds of experts that Guangxian had brought with him flew into the air. The rest of them stepped on the surface of the sea and ran towards the few of them. Half in the wind of the river, half in the clouds. Bai Yueshan's expression was cold as she chanted softly and a tune was played. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The countless sharp swords that were spinning in the air instantly turned into a rain of swords that covered the sky and the earth, shooting toward the hundreds of experts in front of them. One of the female disciples behind him suddenly asked, "Xianxia, are you scared?" "I'm not afraid." The green-clothed woman shook her head. The female disciple laughed. "It's good that you're not afraid. This is your first time fighting with someone. It's already very rare for you to be able to remain calm. In addition, with your strength, there's nothing to be afraid of." Xianxia nodded and looked ahead with a calm expression. Under the rain of countless swords, everyone's steps were directly blocked. A few of the weaker ones let out a miserable cry, and more than 10 nine-stars martial emperors in front of them performed their divine abilities to block the rain of swords. An unusually thick and heavy shell flew out from one of them and spun in the air, blocking a large amount of sword radiance. After the rain of swords, the man was also injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kill! Crush these humans!" A monstrous killing intent surged as hundreds of martial emperor powerhouses rushed over. Bai Yu's expression also changed greatly. Mu Yitong's face darkened as he shouted, "One army! Here!" Mu Yijuan responded and raised his right hand high. It was as if he was holding a handful of golden beans. He then threw them into the air and they fluttered in the wind. His left hand formed an incantation gesture and he shouted, "Cut grass as a horse and cast beans as soldiers." A circular formation light appeared in the sky and flashed past. Countless strange symbols within it emitted an abnormal power. The handful of golden beans seemed to have been lit up in an instant. Each of them emitted a resplendent light and swelled up one by one to face the strong aura that was coming at them. They turned into armored golden soldiers. What? Everyone was instantly stunned. Such a legendary technique and divine power actually appeared in front of their eyes. There were hundreds of them, and each of them had the strength of a martial supreme. Gulp! Yunxiao swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself in shock. How is this possible?" Bai Yueshan was also pleasantly surprised and said to the two disciples behind her, "This is one of the MU clan's 3 strongest puppetry techniques, transforming beans into soldiers. This brat actually managed to master it. One of the 3 great puppetry arts, Swan and I." Yunxiao was shocked. Could there be 2 more powerful moves? His view of the MU family instantly changed. The other party was arrogant and blindly arrogant, but it turned out that he had some substance. The 100 armored soldiers all looked different, and the weapons in their hands were different as well. Even Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were dumbfounded by such a miraculous puppet art, let alone the Sea, which was backward in the art of cultivation. The Sea clan members were all dumbfounded and petrified. The MU brothers were very satisfied with everyone's expressions. The corners of their mouths rose, and they were extremely proud. "Go!" Mu Yijuan shouted as he pinched his fingers. As he changed the hand seals on his fingertips, the nearly 100 puppet soldiers raised their weapons and turned into rays of light that rushed toward the Sea tribe. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, all kinds of light burst out, and the entire Sea was in a killing situation. Although the Sea tribe had a great advantage in both numbers and strength, the armored golden soldiers did not have the ability to think or feel pain. They were more ferocious in their killing, and the disadvantage was not as obvious as expected. In the sky, Lady Z's eyes were like lightning, shooting out beams of cold air. She had only wanted to kill Guang Yuan and had little interest in the battle below. She immediately flew up. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the sky. Mu Yitong stood in front of her and coldly said, "Although a good man doesn't fight with a woman, you're not a good person either, so it's fine if you've been beaten." "You!" Madame Z's face twisted in anger. She let out a shrill cry and charged towards Mu Yitong. Humph! Mu Yitong's expression did not change. He made a hand seal, and a vortex appeared in the space to his left. Slowly, a silver puppet appeared, and it was holding a huge iron sword. After the puppet appeared, his hands quickly formed a seal and he slammed it on the puppet's chest. A light emerged from the place where the palm hit. Mu Yitong and the puppet moved towards the center, and gradually 1 man and 1 puppet directly merged into one. After the fusion, Mu Yitong looked like a golden man in iron armor. He raised the big sword in his hand and slashed at Lady Z, who was rushing toward him. Lady Z's face turned cold. Countless purple vines flew out of her hands and tied up the big sword and Mu Yitong. Bang! Bang! A slight squeezing sound came from the iron armor. The wisteria began to wrap tighter and tighter, constantly crushing the iron armor. Small deep pits appeared and were still gradually squeezing in. Humph, trash! Lady Z's eyes were filled with contempt. With a flash of killing intent, a short dagger appeared in her hand and she aimed it at Mu Yitong's throat. Although all the vital parts of Mu Yitong's body were protected by iron armor, the dagger exuded a sharp intent under the cold light. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary object. "You're the one who's useless." Mu Yitong's eyes opened and shot out a sharp light. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with coldness and killing intent. Lady Z's heart trembled. To her horror, she saw a black shadow emerge behind Mu Yitong, standing above the sea like Xianxia's true fiend Dharma idol. "This is a Xianxia." Lady Z's expression changed drastically. The shadow gradually solidified and turned out to be a huge puppet that towered into the clouds. The puppet's eyes were embedded with some kind of treasure that was emitting a bright silver light. Its face and body were covered in all kinds of formations. The huge puppet raised its hand and slapped down at Lady Z. Boom! Between the palm and the 5 fingers, there were still dense arrays connected. Countless energy gathered from all over the body, all condensed into the palm. The fingers swirled with countless fierce winds, and the air stacked on top of each other. "Mountain-splitting heavenly god!" Bai Yueshan exclaimed and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The Mu brothers are really helpful this time. Xianxia was also stunned by the huge puppet. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. How is this mountain-splitting heavenly ding made? The Mu family is the world's #1 puppet family. These are top secrets. How could I know? This time, there's hope for Guang Yuan's victory. She glanced at the retreating armored golden soldiers and Mu Yitong's pale face. Large beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. He was almost unable to hold on. Let's make a move as well. There's no lack of 9 stars martial emperor powerhouses in the Sea Clan. No matter how powerful Mu Yitong's divine ability is, it's impossible for him to stop them alone. The strings on her zither changed, and beams of half-moon-shaped light shot out, cutting into the chaotic battle. Xianxia and the other female disciple looked at each other, drew their swords and stepped into the array. The 2's sword skills were not brilliant, but each move and form was very steady. It was obvious that their foundations were unusually solid, and they were stable and not chaotic in the chaotic battle. Mu Yijun poured a pile of medicinal pills into his mouth, and his complexion slightly improved. Yunxiao threw out the Divine Realm tablet as well, summoning all the guests, ministers, and other experts to come out and fight into the chaotic battle array together. As everyone attacked together, the retreating armored golden soldiers once again held on. In the chaotic battle formation, a man was watching coldly, his eyes flashing. No one knew what he was thinking. His eyes suddenly turned to one direction and found that the other party was staring at him coldly. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he revealed a strange bitter smile. "Brother Yunxiao, who do you think will win this battle?" "Oh? Why does Brother Yu Qing ask this?" "Of course, evil cannot prevail over good." Bo Yuqing's face immediately pulled when he heard that. He knew that Yunxiao was beating around the bush again, so he deliberately talked nonsense with him. Is Brother Yunxiao so optimistic about Guang Yuan? Although Guang Yuan has a transcendent grade profound level weapon, he has just stepped into the peak of the 9th level after all. He is still much weaker than Guang Xian. "Do I have a choice?" Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "Do I have a choice?" "That's true." Bo Yuqing nodded. "You've dug out the spirit vein of Donghai Palace. Even if you're at the end of the world, all sages will kill you." "This is it," Yunxiao said. "But I'm very curious. Since Brother Yu Qing is helping Guangxian, why didn't you help? Lord Guangxian has the advantage," Bo Yuqing said with his head held high. He'll win without a doubt. Why do I need to make a move? Old fox. Xiao cursed under his breath. He knew exactly what Bo Yuqing was thinking, which was to preserve his strength and wait for the situation to change. But he was slightly relieved. As long as he didn't make a move, there would be one less enemy. Otherwise, with Bo Yuqing's current strength, he would really be greatly suppressed. At this moment, in the sky, mountain-splitting heavenly god's palm pressed down. Layers of air were squeezed and exploded, giving off an ear-piercing and unpleasant sharp sound, making people feel upset. Before the palm landed, the wind was like a falling meteorite, and Lady Z's long dress fluttered in the wind. She raised the dagger in her hand, and a purple light soared into the sky, cutting through the layers of compressed air, and countless whirlwinds shot in all directions. At the same time, she struck out with her palm, which turned into a huge shadow in the air and directly hit the palm of the mountain-splitting heavenly god. Bang! Lady Z was knocked back by the force. Although she was not injured, she felt her blood boiling. She had been injured by Guang Yuan earlier, and now her energy was even more exhausted. The Mu brothers' puppet technique displayed its remarkable abilities, shocking everyone. Even Guangxian, who was facing each other in the void, who was in a life-and-death battle, was distracted and revealed a look of shock. Ha 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 ha. Guang Yuan's pupils constricted, and he laughed wildly. A thought from a god or a devil is a thought from life and death. The sky full of Shen techniques floating in front of him was caught by him and gathered in the palm of his hand. Taking advantage of Guangxian's distraction, he turned into a golden sword and slashed down. He stepped on the lotus platform and the sword in his hand opened and closed. Golden light shot into the sky. The entire sword did not have a physical body. It was formed by the ancient Maha characters. The head and tail were connected to each other, forming a divine incantation. The space barrier around Guangxian was instantly cut open. The two forces, which were originally on par with each other, lost their balance. The golden sword was invincible as it pierced through the air. Guangxian was shocked and took a step back in the air. However, he did not panic. Under that powerful attack, he revealed a cold smile. Do you think you've won? Guang Yuan's face glowed under the golden light, and that solemn and dignified appearance also became ferocious. He chuckled and said, Isn't that so? Guangxian snorted and a green shadow appeared in his hand, turning into a mini dragon. He pointed out a seal, and circles of light bloomed from the body of the swimming dragon. At the same time, countless strange symbols flew out, interlocking with each other and forming the dragon lock array. This is a Kasaya. Guang Yuan was shocked, and the light on his body began to dissipate. He said in terror, What is this? Ha ha ha. This is the thing that will take your life. Guangxian laughed towards the sky and said ferociously. The dragon lock spell was connected to the sky and extended out limitlessly, directly circling around Guang Yuan's body. A cold look flashed in Guangxian's eyes. With a flash of his body, he suddenly opened his hands, forming the shape of a five-clawed dragon, and directly jolted towards Guang Yuan's chest, his eyes revealing an incomparably fierce look. Oh! Do you think a mere dragon-shaking hammer and dragon-locking formation can take my life? Guang Yuan's frightened expression suddenly disappeared, and his face became expressionless, cold and numb. Yet, his eyes were filled with endless ridicule and ridicule. You! Guangxian's entire body trembled. A bad feeling welled up in his heart, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The gradually dissipating light on Guang Yuan's body suddenly brightened once more. The great dragon lock spell had no effect at all. The golden sword in his hand, which was formed by countless Maha ancient characters, let out an ancient sound. A vast and powerful force rose in the sky. It seems that this dragon-shaking hammer is meant to take your life. Swish! As the golden sword slashed down, it illuminated Guang Yuan's face, making him look ferocious and terrifying, while Guangxian's face was filled with endless fear. A ray of black light flew out from Guangxian's body. It was a tortoiseshell. The tortoiseshell patterns on it naturally formed a formation, exuding an endless sense of antiquity, as well as a steady and heavy aura. Bang! The sword of the Maha-ancient word struck the turtle shell, sending out endless black runes. The golden long sword and the tortoiseshell began to break down. A large number of golden ancient characters and black patterns on the tortoiseshell floated into the sky like dandelion seeds. However, the tortoiseshell broke down even faster. Before the golden color had completely disappeared, the entire tortoiseshell had completely disintegrated, and the last few black patterns had also disappeared. The entire process happened in an instant. Guangxian wanted to attack again, but it was too late. Just as he struck out with his palm, the remaining ancient characters of Maha fell from the sky and landed on his body. The aura within his body immediately became chaotic, and he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood as he was sent flying. The sudden change in the sky shocked everyone. Golden light constantly burst out of Guangxian's body. The residual power of the sword jolted into his body, wantonly destroying his flesh and meridians. Even the laws of heaven and earth were once again activated and gathered around Guangxian's body. They continuously repaired his damaged body and resisted the Maha-ancient character in his body. With Guangxian injured, the morale of the royal families of Donghai plummeted. Lady Z was shocked and no longer had the heart to fight Kaishan Tian. She kept dodging the others' attacks and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Bo Yuqing's face was even more gloomy and uncertain. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he teleported in the air and appeared directly beside Guangxian. He said in a deep voice, "My lord, are you all right?" Guangxian's face was ashen. He opened his 5 fingers in the air and grabbed the dragon-shaking hammer back into his hand. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Help me hold on for a while." He spun the dragon-quaking hammer in his hand, and a series of formations spread out. He wanted to heal his injuries on the spot. "Yes," Bo Yuqing responded. A cold light flashed in his hand, and the sword ray soared into the sky. A dragon shadow swirled around the sword. Wailing sword rain wind imperial dragon. The sword struck out in the shape of a dragon. Under the shadow of the sword, a 5-clawed golden dragon roared and charged towards Guangxian. "Bo Yuqing, you're so silly." Guangxian was shocked and his eyes widened. He quickly made a move and grabbed in the air. The water elemental energy of the heaven and earth gathered in his palm. Boom! The sword chi slashed down and the 5-clawed golden dragon rushed into the water yuan, directly breaking the move. An unparalleled sword essence exploded from Guangxian's palm. His 5 claws were bleeding profusely, and his entire right arm was cut with a shocking wound. This made things worse. Lady Z's heart sank, and she looked angry. A cold snort rang out in the sky. Just as Guangxian was injured by Bo Yuqing's sneak attack, Amitabha once again bloomed in the sky. The light of Dharma fell down like a mountain, suppressing Guangxian and constantly shaking him down. Boom! Guangxian roared a few times. The sound of a dragon's roar shook the sky, and his unyielding roar rushed in all directions. His entire body transformed into the shape of a dragon as he tried to break through the space of magical light. Guang Yuan's face was ferocious. How could he give up such a great opportunity? In a flash, he stepped on the Ru-1 and sat directly on it, his hands constantly changing seals. The ancient Maha characters flew up again and intertwined in the sky. They all flew down and pressed down on Guangxian, who was roaring non-stop. "My poor little brother, give up struggling. Let this light wash away all your sins and use your life to atone for your sins." Guang Yuan's face was filled with auspicious signs, and there was actually a faint look of mercy. Everyone was terrified, especially Lady Z, who was in a dangerous situation under the continuous attacks of Kaishan Tianding. She gritted her teeth, turned into a purple light, and escaped. "Don't even think about escaping." Mu Yitong's eyes widened in anger as he swept his sword across the air. At the same time, splitting Mountain Heaven Ding also sent a palm strike down. Boom! Waves of water were stirred up, and a powerful force exploded toward the purple light. Lady Z's figure was only stunned for a moment before she turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lady Z's escape was a huge blow to the palace. The entire battlefield was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Guang Yuan's eyes were cold as he looked in the direction that Lady Z had fled. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Bitch, I'll let you live a few more days." His eyes turned and stared at Bo Yuqing not far away. He said coldly, "Fifth Island Master, don't you want to give me an explanation?" Bo Yuqing sheathed his sword, his eyes like water as he said indifferently, "Isn't that sword attack the best explanation?" "Humph," he snorted. Guang Yuan snorted heavily and did not say anything more. He calmly displayed the power of his dermic light, intending to refine Guangxian below. Guangxian had already transformed into his dragon form, roaring and struggling in all directions. However, his strength was getting weaker and weaker, and he was completely unable to break free from Amiiba's restraints. Not far away, Mu Yijuan suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. He took a few steps back on the surface of the sea and directly sat on the sea. Although he had only managed to maintain control of nearly 100 puppets for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had exhausted all his mental energy and finally could not hold on any longer. The dozens of golden-armored puppets began to glow, turning into golden beads and flying back to Mu Yijuan's hands. The pressure on by Yueshan and the others suddenly increased several times. In her shock, 5 strings shot out from the zither. 5 different colored lights intertwined and gathered in the air, forming a zither shadow that enveloped everyone. Clang, 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 clang. Strings danced in the air, and a clear song was played. Countless 5-colored notes jumped out and fell like snowflakes. The East Ocean powerhouses were all shocked. One of them shouted, "Let's attack together. We don't have to be afraid even if a God Realm expert descends." In an instant, dozens of rays of light shot up and directly blasted at the zither shadow. Bang! 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 The 5 strings broke one by one and a huge backlash shook back. Bai Yueshan also spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. "Elder Yu," Xianxia and the other female disciple rushed over and supported her. "I'm fine. It's dangerous here. You guys retreat first." "No, we'll leave together," Xianxia said firmly. Ignoring Biyue's obstruction, she grabbed her and turned into a ray of light, retreating 100 meters away from the battle. Mu Yitong's eyes glowed as he shouted, "Go!" The mountain-splitting heavenly god slowly moved his body and looked over with his bright eyes. He put his palms together in front of his body and slammed them toward the sea of people. Mu Yitong himself also stepped on the waves and directly charged into the battle circle. Boom! All kinds of moves came from all directions. Under the Emperor Qi, even the iron armor and golden clothes could not withstand it. The officials and the other officials were also defeated like a landslide. "Brother Guangxian," Yunxiao cried out in surprise, "Heaven and earth will not tolerate this. Now the defectors can live." The dynasty bell flew out of his hand and struck down with the hammer. Dang! The decadent ancient sound spread out, deafening and rousing everyone. The hundreds of people froze, their faces filled with fear and confusion. Yunxiao's eyes turned into blood-red moons, emitting a demonic light. As the bell rang, a tempting voice rang in everyone's heart. "Did you see the object that was suppressing Guangxian? I've heard that it's the lotus throne of Fa Hua that only the ocean emperors of the past could possess. Why is this sacred artifact that represents the supreme authority of the Lord Poseidon in the hands of Lord Guangyuan? Have you ever wondered?" Everyone's body trembled violently. The solemn light emitted from the lotus platform in the distance was like a holy and pure radiance. It made everyone stop their attacks in an instant, and they revealed confused expressions. The entire ocean suddenly fell into a strange loop. All the warriors under the royal family stood on the sea in a daze, their faces blank. Bo Yuqing and the few people from the Fuyao Sacred Palace were all shocked, their faces filled with shock. Everyone present was a martial emperor, but Yunxiao could hypnotize so many of them at once. The Divine Realm tablet flew out of Yunxiao's hand and fell with a great force, trying to pull everyone into it. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance. The sound of waves roared, and a dragon's roar was mixed in. The power was shocking. Everyone suddenly woke up from their daze and revealed shocked expressions. What a pity, Xianxia thought to himself. He hurriedly closed his crescent pupils, his face filled with fatigue. He quickly turned around and looked over, only to find that he was just as shocked. Guang Yuan activated Rush Herd with all his might, and under the light of the spell, he could no longer suppress Guang Xian. Roars came out from the magical light, and green light was constantly emitted. The entire sea was stirred up, causing landslides and tsunamis. What's going on? Xianxia was taken aback. He really did not understand how Guangxin could turn the tables when he was supposed to win. Boom! A water pillar shot up from below, directly shaking Amitba away. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Guangxin transformed into a huge azure dragon and roared on the sea's surface, summoning clouds and rain. As it shuttled through the waves and clouds, beams of green light shot down. The entire sea region within the formation was shrouded in a dragon's might, making people shiver. This sudden change caught everyone off guard and stunned them. The giant azure dragon's eyes were like lightning as it locked onto where Guang Yuan was, roaring as it charged. Guang Yuan's face was ashen, and he was in a state of panic. He had seen with his own eyes that Guangxin had swallowed the dragon-quaking hammer in his despair. He had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. The brutal aura sent chills down his spine. The dragon's eyes were like 2 sharp blades that stabbed into his heart, making him feel powerless. Pa! With a loud explosion on the sea, the huge body of the mountain-splitting heavenly dragon jumped out of the sea, opened its palms, and hacked at the azure dragon. The azure dragon wagged its tail as it approached, causing boundless waves to splash. Boom! The dragon tail hit the palms of the mountain-splitting heavenly dragon, shaking the giant chariot back into the sea, causing huge waves. Guang Yuan took the opportunity to retreat and shouted in shock, "Everyone, attack him together. He has lost his mind and is going to die with everyone." At the same time, he turned his eyes to the hundreds of powerhouses and shouted, "Guangxin is already dead. What's left of him is just a little bit of his will. If you want to live, then attack with me." The group of cultivators all furrowed their brows. How could they possibly believe him? However, under Guang Yuan's sharp gaze, no one dared to voice any objections. After the azure dragon knocked off the mountain, it roared again and again, but it did not dive down. Instead, it kept circling in the sky. The green light on his body became stronger and stronger. Green snowflakes appeared on the entire sea area and scattered down. "This is a Xianxia." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The green snowflakes emitted a terrifying aura. When one of them landed on a martial artist, it immediately made a sizzling sound as his skin melted and he screamed in pain. "This is the essence of dragon essence? He's actually burning his dragon essence." Guang Yuan cried out in shock. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, and his palm suddenly blasted towards the void. Bang! His palm force seemed to be pressing on cotton. The entire space collapsed to that point and then bounced straight. The power of the palm was scattered in all directions. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Everyone knew what this meant. The entire Formation C region was completely sealed off. Now everyone believed him. Guangxin had really gone crazy and wanted to kill everyone. "I owe everyone 32 chapters. I haven't forgotten." These few days, he would first adjust his state at 2 midnight, and then slowly make up for it at 3 midnight every day.